Hello, welcome. I finished setting everything up. Welcome, Payback Craft and Deadman 6220. Welcome. We're gonna continue where we left off. I'm pretty sure we met all the girls that we can romance, but chat wanted me to go on to Imi's route, so we're gonna be going with Imi. Okay, last we left off, Shizune and Misha are upset with me for taking too long. At least that's what I think. Okay, well, Misha's here. She's probably mad at me. I jump at the sudden appearance of Misha, who I had not heard approach despite the completely empty hallway. Somehow she had gotten to jumping distance of me without making a sound. Creepy. It briefly reminded me of Kenji's nutty theory about global feminist conspiracy, but I pushed that thought aside. Why would you hate Misha? What's wrong with Misha? Shizune, standing slightly behind Misha, looks aloof as she couldn't have heard the remark that drew Misha's attention, but Misha is visibly excited. No, wait, or what's my voice for her?
No, wait. More importantly, who is in there? There's no club meetings today.
She tries to curiously peek past me, even though the door prevents her from seeing anyway. What are you doing here?
You took so long that we had to come and check what's wrong, so... That's no good, Hee-chan.
She wags her finger at me, scoldingly.
I found plywood, but everything else is still missing because you're tardy.
Oh, sorry, I got the things here. Was just going to bring them.
I think you were up to some mischief, Hee-chan. Who was in there with you, I wonder?
Misha signed something quickly to Shizune, pointing at her own ear a couple of times. My throat is killing me. It's gotta be allergies. Shizune immediately pushes her way past me and opens the door into the classroom I just left. I can only imagine the shock she is experiencing. With Shizune's diligence and attitude, the insolence of daring to deface school property by sleeping on top of it must be too much to bear. And indeed, she stares at Rin, frozen in place, apart from the slight but noticeable tremble in her shoulders, from suppressed rage, I'm sure. Instead of blowing up, Shizune just takes a few deep breaths, adjusts her glasses, and slams the door shut, turning to sign furiously at Misha. Maybe she did blow up, but I can't understand it. She shoots a very loaded stare at me too, as if it was somehow my fault that Rin is sleeping on one of the tables. I hope she's not getting any funny ideas about the reason of my tardiness. Hello? Rin's voice comes from the other side of the door and takes a few eye blinks to realize she might have trouble opening it. I open the door to find Rin directly behind it, looking at us with a half-interested, half-sleepy face. Hello?
Miss Tezuka, what do you think you were doing? You absolutely are not permitted to use school property for such disgraceful activity.
It sure is sudden, very crowded. It is suddenly very crowded in here. I didn't know I was this popular. It's hard to say whether she is happy or unhappy about this turn of events. At any rate, she ignores Shizune and Misha's scolding, so they have no choice but to drop the issue. Shizune taps Misha's shoulder, pointing at Rin, and makes some quick signs.
Popularity aside, please don't do that anymore. Anyway, how is your project going? Will it be done for the festival?
Ren looks at them blankly, apparently at ease under the pressure Shizune's cold stare is putting on her. I keep wondering about that myself too. Who's the deaf one? The one who's not talking. And? We'll think about it harder. As Misha signs her reply to Shizune, her face turns into an unsatisfied frown.
Miss Tezuka, please try to take this seriously. It'll be a disaster if the wall looks like someone threw up their lunch onto it.
Rin nods as none of these people are blind here. I've already explained all the girls. I've already explained them all. Well, think more seriously. Misha actually giggles at that, but Shizune doesn't, not even after translation. She just shakes her head, takes the materials from me, and takes off with Misha in tow. Rin frowns thoughtfully as she looks after the retreating student council duo. How rude. It's true though, I must finish my project before the weekend. There will be dire consequences if I don't. The end of the world as we know it. Like weekends usually are, but more dire. Much more dire. Maybe I'll postpone my nap to unforeseen future. I'm about to ask what project she has and what are these apocalyptic consequences, but she walks back into the art room. Since you have nothing to do, what would you give me a hand? Oh, get it? Because she has no hands. This paint can doesn't fit into my bag, but I need it. She kicks lightly at a huge can of paint that's lying on the floor next to the table she was sitting and sleeping on. It lets out a dull clang. Being the gentleman I am, I naturally pick it up. Heavy. Yeah, sure. Where do you need to take it? Away. And with that, she takes off to the hallway, me and the paint can following since there's little choice for either of us. The hallway is quiet, empty now that Shizune and Misha are gone, so we two have to leave towards the stairwell at the other end. Every 10 or 15 or 20 steps, I have to change the can from one hand to the other because the thin handle cuts into my palm. At least it keeps my arms from tiring too fast. So what I understand, Emily has no feet. Well, I'm pretty sure it's from the knee down. Or, I don't know, it's probably from below the knee down. She doesn't have legs. Rin has no arms. She was born with it. Okay, Emmy got hers in a car accident, lost her legs in a car accident. Rin was born with no arms. Shizune's was born deaf. Misha is the translator. She's not deaf. She's just her translator. Shizune's translator. Lily's... You can literally go to the website and find out all their character backgrounds. Lily was born blind, and Hanako has burns. Rin strolls on beside me with an uneven pace that I have trouble matching, or maybe I am walking weird because of the extra weight. It seems one of us is constantly walking too slow or too fast, and I can't figure out which. 2 flights of stairs below, trouble appears in the form of the head nurse and his fox-like grin. Hi, Jeremiah EXE. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. We're doing a visual novel right now. Ah, Mr. Nakai. What a happy coincidence. Tezuka too, of course. He, nods courteously to Rin, who does not acknowledge him back, then turns to me because obviously it's me who had business with. There is something I forgot to mention on Monday. I nod and wait impassively because I can't even begin to guess what he forgot. The feeling of the handle delving deeper into my skin doesn't make me feel enthusiastic about this interruption either. It's about your medications. Since you haven't been that long on your current medications, there might be some unexpected side effects which might require adjusting dosages or even changing to another kind of medication. Oh, I forgot to do his voice. So we will do a few tests regularly, but what I'd want you to do is keep an eye on everything in your condition that feels off, if you get what I mean. Nausea, headache, anything, and come to see me if something happens. I told you, I literally showed all of the characters. Do you ever go to school and like your teacher tells you you're not actually really paying attention? That's how I feel sometimes. Lily is blonde and blind. I already explained all the characters. Hi, Yoshi God. Welcome. So, how are you? Everything fine? I give up and drop the can to the floor before answering him. Apparently, this takes longer than my biceps can handle. I'm about to say something generic as an answer, but then I realize how often I've done that lately. Other people have asked me that too, teachers and students here, my parents, visitors, nurses, doctors at the hospital. Everyone seems to be concerned about that. It's natural for a hospital, not so much for a school, except this school. This is a small school, and both the student base and the faculty seem to be very tightly knit. At least, that's the feeling I'm getting. And this is not the kind of school that gets transfer students too often. The thought sends shivers up my spine, but I give a generic answer anyway. That's great. Or, that's great. Also, one more other thing. My sources tell me that you've been at neither the school track nor even the pool, so I'd like to know if you have taken up exercising as I asked. And of course I haven't, but his way of inquiring gives me the feeling that I should have been running my ass off on the track since the very first day. You have people spying on me? Not as such, I just happen to know a few people, but that's not the issue here, so don't try to slip out of it. Well, I was actually just doing some improvised lifting as an exercise. I pick up and lift the can up and down a few times like some sad imitation of a bodybuilder, even though it's weighing down on my arms painfully. The stupid grin disappears from his face for a second and then comes back like it was never gone. Hi, PS player. Welcome. Tezuka, would you give us a second? Oh shit. The nurse grabs me by the shoulder without waiting for Rin's permission, which he didn't need in the first place, and drags me aside. When I told you to exercise, I wasn't joking. I understand that you are still on your first week and all, but please don't ignore the importance of this. The reason I'm coming down this hard on you is that habits are not easy to form. The more you slip and postpone, the harder it'll be. It's the same with everything like dieting. Can you promise me to be more serious about this from now on? Yeah, I'm gonna take exercising more seriously. Yeah, I promise, definitely. He studies me for a moment and then shrugs, smiling again. Okay, that's more like it. If you go to the school track tomorrow morning, you'll meet my spy, who probably has no qualms offering consultation to you if you want to jog a bit. He's talking about Emmy. Emmy's his spy. Consultation? See you around. He leaves with a wave of his hand and no answer, and I walk to Rin, who has been waiting, idly leaning against the hallway wall and staring at the pale light fixtures in the ceiling. So what happened so far? I met all the girls. Rin being the last one that I met. I'm gonna spend some time with her. But we're going on the Emmy path, so we're gonna have to wait until the next day in order to get on that path. For what we have to do to get on the Emmy path is that we need to push ourselves on the track. I know that. That's all I know. If we don't, then the Emmy path is locked out. So we'll have to do that. She likes hamburger? Well, hamburger is good. Even when I approach, she doesn't move her eyes off them. Oh, if you're asking for more plot points, what happened? We asked about clubs. It seems like everyone's getting ready for the school festival. But, what was I gonna say? So that means all the clubs are busy. So it would be very unappealing to join a club now. So we're just kind of doing whatever. And, what else? Shizune and Misha try to get me to join the student council with them. We met Hanako in the library. She got scared. Yeah, basically normal stuff has happened. Are you getting medications for your heart thingy? Were you listening? It comes out more accusatory than I intended, accidentally lashing out at her. But even so, I don't really want to start talking about it. I just met her. I don't know her. It's not her business. The nurse seems to be happily ignorant about confidentiality, too, talking about that kind of thing in public. But it's not Rin's fault, is it? I look up at her, suddenly feeling a bit guilty, but Rin is just staring past my shoulder quizzically, her head tilted like a bird's. I don't know why this is so hard for me. It feels like there is some inexplicable lock that prevents me from being more upfront about this. Yeah, therefore my heart. Will they make you better? No, not really. They just make me a little less worse. Rin keeps looking at me for a while longer, and she neither says anything further nor displays any kind of emotion I could discern. I'm thankful that she doesn't. I think I'm still not quite used to all this. At the hospital it is easy, but I still haven't sorted my feelings about having to live a normal life with this disability. We leave the main building, and Rin leads us onwards towards the dorm. We stop at the small patch of greenery in front of the dorm building. The dorm is built on a slightly elevated ground with a wall and a few trees that everyone has to circle around every time they come or go. It's probably the only inconvenient design in the school. The entire wall, made of the same kind of brick as the building itself, has been covered with some sort of painting. That's Rin's painting. She makes abstract, which I really do love abstract art. I make a lot of it. I don't know if I've shown you guys it. Most of it is still mere sketches, quick lines drawn with black and white against the gray plastering with covers across the entire length of the wall, but some places look a bit more finished. Where the human faces and legs and hands, I can't quite say what the painting I can't quite say what the painting as a whole might portray. Stacks of what seem to be paint cans are arranged in piles on the ground beside the wall. See, the left side is hardly off the ground yet. It's because I couldn't get in the mood yesterday, so I gave up and went to meditate instead when it was suddenly morning. Then it was suddenly morning. I have to work on it, but the guys from the art class are helping with the negative spaces and base surfaces which is a problem. It's easier to paint big areas if there are a lot of people with hands. The reach is better and it's faster too. She goes on a tangent, waving a little with her arm or whatever actually is to demonstrate, even though I got the point already. The white cotton on her sleeves flaps around and it makes me think it could look sadder than it does. But it makes me feel out of place, like almost every tangible reminder of the student base's special properties has in the past few days. This girl doesn't notice my dreary feelings, of course, or the fact that she lost me a while ago already, and just keeps on blabbering. So that's why I'm trying to figure out if there is something I need to figure out, and then figure that out before it's too late at all, and all hope is lost. Why do I feel like she talks like me a little bit? Why would the hope be lost? Because paint has to be painted, and then it has to dry, and then it has to be painted over with another kind of paint. True, it does. It takes time. She finally stops, apparently thinking she made some kind of statement that makes sense. I think it's best to start from the top. So, this is your project? You did this? Yes. All of it? Yes. Nice, but I stumble with my words, suddenly feeling like I've walked straight into the minefield of political incorrectness. It's okay, you can say it. I probably won't be mad. I blush really hard. I don't really know what would be the right thing to say, if any. It feels that I'm way more sensitive than Rin is, though. This is really awkward. Don't you want to ask? She said she wants to stream me. I tried to stream with her, but she was busy. I'll see if I can figure out a day when we could do something. I'll figure out a day. Don't worry. Don't you want to ask? How do you paint without hands? See, I'm an easy person to talk to, right? With my feet. I almost guessed that already, but isn't that hard to do? You're good at guessing. Anyway, I don't think it is, but maybe I'm used to it by now. I can't get my mind around the fact that she could be an artist, but seeing how adept she is at using her feet to eat, I figure painting might not be a problem either. Neither of us has anything more to add to the subject. The afternoon might work pretty well. I was afraid it would look too flat, but it's not like that after all. I think it's actually pretty interesting. I want to see what it looks like in dim light. Do you think it's flat? Well, paintings tend to be flat. Not like that flat, you know, flat, like some people are. No substance, no meat. There where there should be some. Wait, what? I couldn't even read it! Let me read the chat replay. Can I see it in the chat replay? No, it's too far away, I can't read it. Why did she go without letting me read it? Okay, I get it, but I couldn't really tell. I'm not that good at art. I can't name any artist or artistic terms. So I don't really have anything to say. Rin shrugs her shoulders at that, saying, "Suit yourself," without saying it, and looks up at the sky as if trying to look for something up there. I didn't think I'd get any actual work done, but if you give me a hand with the paints, I could do a little before it's too dark. I wanted to get a halogen lamp like the ones they have at the sports track, but there aren't any. Rin sure is quick to recruit my help, as was Shizune. It really makes it feel that the festival is such a big project that every pair of hands is needed. Why not? I'm not really sure if I can be of any help, though. It's just mixing some paints. You can do that, probably. Do you have motor control problems? Like, you know, those people who have some? Cerebral palsy, right? Maybe? Not that I know of. I get it. Heart thingy has nothing to do with that. She gives me a sly look for no reason. No, it doesn't. Let's do it then. We're helping Rin paint. So she sits on an empty wooden box and very naturally picks up a wide brush between the toes of her bare right foot. I open a few of the cans and pour some of the contents into shallow bowls for mixing. The thick paints flow lazily from the can to the bowl like syrup. I mix them, creating funny, hypnotic-looking swirl patterns that melt quickly into each other to form a new monotone hue. Rin sets to work every now and then, asking me for a hand with something for the other. Finding different brushes is easy enough, but mixing the paints to be the exact tone this girl is apparently seeing in her head is a frustrating ordeal. That's just me with painting in general. Do you know how hard it is to get the exact color you want? It's hard. I try to get the colors that I want. Why do I have a notification on Discord? Oh, it's just a thing. What did you mention? What's going on? Okay. I'm just telling a VTuber I watched saying that their stream crashed. She wants precision down to the last millimeter before she is satisfied, but her instructions are obscure at best. Oh, look, we get to see them in front of the painting. Add half a splash of green. I crouch down and pick up the can of bright green. The other green, this green. I carefully pour some of the other green paint into the mixing bowl. No, that's almost a whole splash. More white. Is green a good color to add? No idea. You're the artist here. A hint of smile appears in the corners of her mouth. Do you lack an opinion? No, it's just that I have no idea. It's okay because I just got an idea. Add more white. With this explanation, I pour a minuscule amount of white into the bowl and mix it. It looks slightly whiter. That's not enough. It has to be like the color when you wake up and you know that you saw the meaning of life in your dream but can't remember it. What? I don't describe colors like this. Maybe it's yellow? Despite the impossibility of mixing colors like the change of seasons or any other nonsense that's being imposed on me, I find myself enjoying it more than I thought I would. Oh, that's good. At least you enjoyed it. Seeing a painting... Is there more paint on the wall? It doesn't seem like it. Seeing a painting being born on the plaster wall feels like magic. I spend the moments I have been mixing paints crouching down on the pavement and just looking at her work. It feels slightly intrusive at first, like breaking some imaginary intimacy, but Rin doesn't seem to mind the least a bit. Maybe it's just in my head. Her entire presence emits a completely different air as she patiently works the details, adding layers of paint on top of other layers of paint, steadily moving her foot across the wall to add new shapes. When I manage to produce a passable mixture of paint, the rare smile on her face is oddly rewarding. Apart from the few words when discussing paint mixes, neither of us stays on a word for the longest time. And even those short discussions soon evolve into a shorthand, both of us developing the and using weird impromptu code words for various paints and hues. Hi, Dr. CF, can't be here for long, but hello? Hello, thank you for stopping by. Welcome. Why are my eyes closing? I thought I fixed that issue. Okay, let's see what the issue might be. Blink sensitivity. Bring it all the way down and we will have auto blinking. I wonder when the auto blink goes off. There we go. We have auto blinking now. Now my eyes won't be closing. The art trade was really good, by the way. Thank you! I'm sorry it took me so long to get to it. I'm currently drawing more stuff right now. I wanted to get your thing done before I worked on more stuff. So that's why I did it that night. Because I have a lot to work on. So I will be getting things done soon. Everything will be done. And then soon February will be over, and I don't need to draw anymore for like another month until Easter. It is great. I get a month break. I read that. If there was some need to converse words and breathe the sound. Wait, what? I don't understand this conversation. We stay there late into the evening until it becomes too dark to paint properly. Let's go! We paint until night. Okay, bye, Dr. CF. Thank you for stopping by. If I get to 1,000 subs by April, I'll be a bunny for April. I'll be a bunny girl for April if we get to 1,000 subs. The sound of an alarm pulls me out of the fitful slumber and into the unpleasant state of wakefulness. I linger under the blanket for a few minutes, gathering energy to rise up while making excuses as for why I already haven't. I honestly wouldn't mind staying here for all day. School is surprisingly exhausting after a long pause, and the culture shock still has not faded, I think. Still, despite getting an impression that skipping class is easy here, I don't think they are going to let me get away that easily. And Learnus is bound to keep breathing down my neck with the talk of exercising as well. So eventually I do rise up, swallowing the morning medications and put on my old soccer clothing. Thanks for my condition, I was exempt from taking part in gym class at Yamaku, so I didn't get issued with a gym outfit. I'd ordered some to cover such a contingency, but wearing my old soccer clothes is kind of nostalgic. I can't use them for that anymore, so maybe they can get a new life this way, a bit like me. After all, I'm still going to start taking care of myself. I can't afford to slack around. I'll start from the basics. Basics which include keeping the rest of my body in shape along with what little I can do to strengthen my heart. I do have an Irish background, but I don't really consider myself to be Irish. Just literally like 25% of my ancestry is Irish. Maybe then I can go back to something approaching in a normal life, or at least something where I'm less likely to fall over dead at any minute. I'm surprised to discover that I'm not the only one present at the track. Not just that, it's a face I've seen before. The prosthetic-legged girl who bowled me over in the hallway yesterday is running on the track lithely, like a half-mechanical gazelle. What was her name again? It was a short one, but I can't remember. She seems to be running laps at a somewhat easy lope, her prosthetic legs clacking rhythmically on the hard track surface. I wonder what reason she has for running this early in the morning. Maybe it's something akin to mine. And the nurse is oppressing the poor girl to jog just like he's oppressing me. No, Emmy likes to run. I certainly wouldn't be here if it weren't for my health and his prompting me to do so. And even with things like they are, it's only because I wanted to get it out of the way early. The fact that I would be less likely to encounter someone would witness my pitiful attempts to get in shape was merely a happy accident. I'd leave, but it seems that my former assailant notices me on her last lap. She waves at me cheerfully and jogs over. Good morning, or what's her voice? Good morning, your name is Hassel, right? She grins, seemingly pleased that she'd remembered my name. You may not remember me. Emmy, I knocked you over in the hall yesterday? Miss Ibarazaki? She imitates Misha's imitating Shizune, flailing to get the same kind of subdued lint into her high-pitched voice. How could I forget such blunt introduction? She has no pants. These are sports things. If you've seen the Olympics, you would see that women wear these uniforms for different sports in the Olympics. How could I forget such a blunt introduction? Imi has the decency to look vaguely apologetic for a moment before giggling. Yeah, sorry about that again. Well, so long as you don't make a habit of it, I suppose it'll be fine. Great! I'm not sure she realized I was joking. So the spy consultant the nurse was talking about, is that actually you? That's right! Oh, I was expecting someone from the nursing staff, to be honest. What? Are you saying I don't look like I could be a spy? No, this is more like a relief. I was afraid he would have someone to watch my every move. Unless you are here to do exactly that. No, I'm here for my own reasons. The nurse just asked me if I had seen a messy-haired transfer student who looked like he was kind of lost around the track. So, why are you down here? Imi strikes a dramatic pose. Training! For what? Track! Oh, I see. So you're on the track team then? Imi nods enthusiastically. Yep, I'm one of the better runners too. Modest about it too. Hey, you should join up. It's good exercise, you know. I think that much activity is probably out of the question for me. Nah, I'm not even sure that I really like running all that much. Plus, I'm just not into organized sports, you know? It's true, I never even really got that much into soccer. I mean, I just run around with my friends and all. Oh my god, I'm choking on my spit. Need to get some drink. God, I wish my throat wasn't dying. I mean, I'd run around with my... Wait, did I say that? It wasn't for the glory to be found on the field, that's for sure. Imi seems to understand my meaning. I see. Not that into the whole organization thing. But now that you're here, I guess we're going to run together, huh? What? Sure, I guess. Imi seems pleased. Are you going to warm up? Real men don't warm up. You need to warm up. You're gonna pull something. Oh no, you always should warm up bad, Hisao. She scolds me enthusiastically, but then smiles and leans closer. I hate warming up too. She laughs suddenly. Heck, and I don't even have to stretch my legs. True. As if to confirm her statement, she bounces up and down a couple times, giving a passing impression on standing on a pair of springs. Her leg blades seem to be quite elastic. Let's go! Let's go! So we both take off before the track and can immediately see that she wasn't lying about being good at running. She moves fluidly, throwing herself into the run with the sort of wild abandon. I find myself concentrating more on running properly, hands spread right, and something about hitting on the balls of your feet rather than the heels. I try to match my stride to Emmy's, but it's pretty difficult. Apparently I'm not good at it. Maybe Emmy could help me with that sometime. I'm not really feeling up to more than a couple of laps today and slow to walk pretty quickly. Emmy keeps running and doesn't seem to notice I've stopped until she passes me a second time. She quickly skids to a halt, breathing steadily in contrast to my own somewhat gasping demeanor. I mean, yeah, you have a heart condition? You really shouldn't be pushing yourself too much, I guess.
Finished already?
I hang my head ruefully. Yeah. Not very good shape right now. Emmy nods and then grins at me again. She seems to do a lot of smiling.
Well, the important thing is that you started, right? Next time, you just have to try to hold out longer and then longer and longer, and eventually you'll be great.
I'll keep that in mind. But I think right now I'm going to go get ready for class. Shouldn't you? Emmy shrugs unconcernedly.
Nah, I've got plenty of time.
I notice that she's not wearing a watch. Are you sure? Another careless shrug.
Not really, but I've got to finish my routine.
I thought we were gonna get a decision here, but we didn't. Is it the next day we get a decision? Oh no, what if I didn't go on the Emmy path? Oh no, what happens? Yeah, see ya. I thought this was for sure. I'm not sure whether this morning's experiment was a success or a failure, but I'll admit that I do feel slightly good about getting out there this morning. And like Amy said, I just wanted to keep at it in order to get better, right? Practice makes perfect or something like that. It's nice at least to feel like I've taken some semblance of control over my own health. I'll have to try to keep this up. Okay, maybe it's tomorrow? Oh, the mural has more paint on it. I head back to the dorms to wash and change my uniform, trying to resist the urge to take a really long and hot shower. I'm tired from all the running, so I just want to unwind, but I don't want to break my slowly building routine of getting to school before the morning rush. After taking a long shower anyway, I dry myself off and get out of the stall and put on my clothes. Oh no, Kenji's here. Oh god. He's gonna talk to us about the feminist conspiracies. Out of nowhere, a shadow appears within the mist, looming and radiating malice intent. It bursts through the fog. Ah! Why does he have a fucking leaf? Sup? What are you doing here? What the hell? You scared me. What's your problem?
I should be asking you that. I've been looking for you all over the place, man.
What do you mean all over the place? I want to ask him if he's been looking for me like that. Stark naked, but hold my tongue back. I finally realize I'm still naked too and quickly hold up my shirt in front of me, but Kenji doesn't seem to notice a thing. His glasses are fogged up, but then why doesn't he wipe them off? Is his vision so bad it's like he's perpetually seeing through fog?
You know, your room, and yeah, that's it. Hey, I mean, I still had to get up though. Whatever, it's not important. Can I borrow some money?
What? He was looking for me for money? He puts on an innocent face and looks away, trying very hard to look very casual. It doesn't work. He's as transparent as his windowed paned sized glasses. Talking neutrally like this, wearing nothing, feels awkward. Actually, somehow, it's even more awkward to be naked in front of someone when they can't see me being naked, to say nothing of the fact that he's naked as well. I try to brush the feeling off with little success. Money? Sure. Awesome. Wait, why do you need it?
Can't you give it to me because I had had the goodwill not to run it through your pockets while you were in the shower. I could have, but I exercised restraint, and in the end, isn't it the thought that counts? Come on, be a pal. This makes no sense. If it's the thought that counts, I should withhold the payment since his thoughts were clearly impure and his intentions are probably even more sinister since he can't tell me what they are. I say as much to him. I'm offended, man, but that is your game. Then fine, I guess I have no choice. I want to order pizza and I already have most of the cost of pizza. I need your help for the rest. Can I get some of the pizza too, right? No. Are you serious? Yeah, I would give you some, but you have class, so you wouldn't have time to eat a pizza. What about you? I'm not going to the class. I have to wait for the pizza to pay the guy, and then I eat it. It's not easy. You have to obtain the pizza stealthily. If you don't, everyone will see you and the pizza, and they will ask for a slice. It's a hard world out there. Everyone wants a piece. Then you're left pizzaless in an unforgiving world. It happened before, and that's how I know. Every day I plan my vengeance so that when those people who wronged me order a pizza, I'll be there, ever vigilant. What? This guy's crazy. Kenji strikes a dramatic pose completely without irony. But yeah, I only need like 400 yen, please. You're my only hope. I can't go outside and buy my own pizza. It's too far. I try not to go out unless it's absolutely necessary. Let me tell you what happened the last time I went out without carefully planning it out in advance. I was outside. I can't remember what I was doing. Something. Standing? Maybe wondering how I got there. And then, out of nowhere, it happened. Like a flash of light splitting the sky, like how you split a sandwich into 2 equal pieces to make it more manageable to hold and eat. A bird crapped on my head! It was the second most shocking moment of my life. What the fuck? What the fuck is up with Kenji? What was the first? He ignores me and keeps going. I want to grab him and shake him. Is he just trying to keep momentum? Or I'll go with that. Even if it's more likely he just didn't hear me. Give him the money so he'll leave! It was like the openings to some kind of anime show. You know how there is always that part where the main dude is fighting his rival and they fly at each other and clash swords and there's like big dramatic color auras and zoom? It's like that, but with poo? Okay. So yeah, I need some money, please. Don't leave me hanging. I only need like 1,000 yen. You asked for 400 before. Don't raise the price. I thought it was 400. Okay. What? I'll pay you back, I swear. You better. That's what it means to borrow stuff. I don't know when I'll be able to pay you back. You have 1 week. Arg! Kenji winces and makes a noise like a dying cow. A particularly disturbing fact given that his baton is conducting freely. Hi, little Space Sonic the Hedgehog Green Hill Zone. Welcome. You're not supposed to be so tight-assed about money between brothers in arms, man. Men have it bad enough as it is. Did you know that male porn stars only make about half of what female porn stars make? Why are you telling me this, Kenji? Leave! That doesn't mean anything unless you're a porn star. So maybe I am a porn star on the side, struggling to make ends meet as I fight the feminist agenda, and you can't even spot me your own crumbs, you bastard. Nobody understands nobody. Wouldn't feminism be against pornography in the first place? This feminist agenda stuff again? This stuff is important. I can't see that you can't... What? I can see that you don't give a shit, but this is serious here. Feminists, they are a dangerous enemy. Make no mistake. To take them lightly and you'll wake up in the next morning with a knife at your back. Bam! Out of nowhere. How do you wake up in the morning if someone stabbed you in your sleep? Women are terrible at stabbing things. I thought you just said don't take them lightly. Well, I mean, I don't take them lightly for the big things. Individually, they're not a threat, but if there's some kind of war, like a big war, the men on one side and the feminist force on the other side, it would be pretty ugly. And that day will come when the feminists come out of their central top secret worldwide feminist headquarters and say, "It's on now, motherfuckers." You're being ridiculous. There's no worldwide feminist headquarters building. Where would they even hide that? I mean, it'd have to be massive, and you couldn't hide that on Earth. Someone would notice a big fortress with women only in it. What are we on about? Can't we just... Kenji, get out of here, please. Who said it was on Earth? Oh my god, Kenji, get out of here. I turned away from Kenji and start practicing frowny faces in the mirror so that I can figure out what kind of frown will best express my emotions. He can't see me from this distance anyways, which unfortunately means that he just keeps on ranting without any regard to sense or sensibility. I know! Get him out of here! Yeah, there's a war going on. A war without any know about, or with a war not many know about. But it's a great one that one day boiled over and encompassed all the known world. Then we will have to pick sides. We will have to make a stand. And in fact, it's happening right now. Imagine it. The bloody battlefield. A vicious conflict without end. I almost gave up when I thought this cause was silly, and I grew tired of the bleakness of our fight. Then I mistook the time the power went out for the feminist raid and thought the end was near. What is he talking about? Feminist conspiracies. He thinks the feminists have like a fucking fortress on the moon or something. But when I realized that if I gave up, it would all be over, and I was like, whoa! And I knew I had to get serious because I am the last sane man in a sane world. It's about duty. Must be a pretty crappy movement if it's all hinged on one naked guy ranting in a bathroom at another naked guy. So can I have the money? He's blocking the way out. It's getting cold because I'm still naked and I want to go to class, so I agree to spot him the money. Awesome, thanks dude. We should go bowling later on. Bowling? Yeah, it's the ultimate sport. There is almost no woman bowlers either, making it also the manliest sport. Should I wear my pink bowling shirt with matching shoes or pastel green with flower accents? There are bowling clothes? Maybe. Anyway, you had better pay me back. I can pay you back in stuff, right? I don't have time to ask him to elaborate on what that means. I don't know, I have to get to class. You're kind of in the way. Oh, sorry, yeah. I don't want to hold you up. I have some other stuff to do. The time has come. The time for what? I just like saying that. Okay, now the time has really come. For what? I have to use the bathroom. Get out of it. I was just going to. What does that mean? It's a big bathroom. So, I have to be alone, or I can't go. The pressure. Okay, what if someone else comes in? I'll think of something. I gave him my practice frown. It looks kind of silly reflected in his glasses. He either doesn't notice or doesn't see. Anyway, so I get dressed and run back to my room feeling as though as though an eternity has passed since I woke up. Thank God it's gone. God damn it, Kenji. That is time I never will get back. I'll get him for this somehow. But right now, I have to get to class. I'm the first person in class today, although I think I'm a little too early. Then again, sitting alone here for 20 minutes sure beats having to suffer that time with Kenji. The combination of fatigue, frustration, and boredom starts making me feel very tired. I blacked out for a second, waking up when my head hits the surface of my desk. Rubbing my forehead, I realize this is a good reason as any to stay up for now and stop coming to class so early later. Eventually I hear a tapping noise outside the hallway, and Lily's tall figure appears in the doorway. She's not in this class, so she must have some other business. Maybe she's looking for Hanako? Lily stops at the door, looking hesitant as if she was a vampire who can't come in in unless invited. I considered doing so because she looks rather lonesome standing there. She steps in on her own accord, though, after straightening her skirt and shirt collar as if it was importance to look prim when entering our classroom. "Excuse me." She calls into the quiet classroom with a probing, delicate voice. I realize the silence might unnerve her because of her blindness, so I break it. "Good morning, Lily." "Hisao? Good morning. I didn't hear you come in." I wonder if she thinks it's suspicious I didn't say anything to her before. It's likely if I were to tell too big a lie now, it would sink me. Well, I was already here just to sleep till now. "Oh, have you seen Hanako today, by any chance?" "No, she seems to come in only just before the bell rings, so after that, do you want me to tell her something for you?" "No, it's fine. It's strange, but I think we're the only two people in the school right now. I didn't hear anyone else on my way here." "I shouldn't have gotten up so early today, I guess." "You're chastising yourself for doing something that other people should. Punctuality is a good thing, I think so anyway." "It's a very busy morning today. The festival is coming up soon, and today is the deadline for the event registration, budget reports, and any other official paperwork. It could be that everyone is trying to complete the necessary forms at the last minute. Maybe that's why it's so quiet today." Hi! Misha pops into the room with Shizune as if on cue, shouting with a loudness that makes Lily visibly flinch. "Hi, Hee-chan!" "Hi." "Look, it's the class representative. Hello!" Lily smiles, probably amused by Misha's or Shizune's use of the word look. "Good morning." "Of course you're not the representative of this class, right? "I'm not." Lily seems a little more guarded in her answers to Shizune than she was with me the other day. I guess they really don't get along at all. I mean, they can't really communicate. They really can't communicate. She can't oh, accidentally. She can't see her signing, and she can't hear her. So they can't really communicate unless there's Misha here. When I realize that Lily might actually not know Shizune is present and she's trying to detect whether or not she is, to know who she is talking to. For all she knows, she's talking to Misha, but knowing that she and Shizune are practically inseparable, she might expect Shizune being the one that actually talks. Damn, how complicated. I decided to help Lily out for my own peace of mind before than anything else. "You're here early, Shizune." Oh no, she's upset. "You were here even earlier than us." Misha puffs out her cheeks angrily. Why is she getting angry? Does she feel emotions on Shizune's behalf too? It's not that weird though that Shizune didn't like my little comment. It's true. I was here earlier than them, so me saying something like that could definitely be misinterpreted as anything. Especially to Shizune, who doesn't have the benefit of hearing tone to gauge intent. That is also true. She can't hear, like, people's intent. It's like when you text, you can't really give off what people's tone are in text. I guess it's kind of like that. Before I can start weighing whether or not I should apologize, Shizune has already moved on. "Class rep, it's a good thing you're here. We have to talk." "The festival is coming up in 3 days, right? Every other class has already handed in their project budget reports for their events. Even the first years, except you." "Wahaha. There is still time to hand it in, isn't there?" "Today, the deadline is today. You're certainly taking your time, aren't you? If I had it my way, I'd have had all the necessary paperwork days ago. But someone had to say the deadline, please extend it." "Yes, that was me. Planning something on this scale
is not a small task, and a week is too small of a time frame to expect a whole class to work out such a complex issue completely. Do you want to know what's harder than distributing the funds for one class event? Handling the same matter for every class in the school, and then some. The one who does that is me. What do you mean Emmy's in trouble? None of these are Emmy. I feel like you say stuff intentionally to make me say something. 'Cause you would know. None of these are Emmy. Misha puts her hands on her hips and standing up straight. Wow, she is really getting into the role. Lily doesn't look like she's very amused though. I'm not playing. I'm Hisao. I told you, you date these girls. I'm going on the Emmy path, so I am dating Emmy in this route. God damn. Emmy's not here. I'm Hisao. See, it says Hisao right here. This is me. I'm Hisao. Hey, Shizune, aren't you being a little too hard on her? There's still a whole day left. Please, Hisao, it's alright. Lily seems happy. I'm taking her side, but a bit conflicted that I might not think she can take care of herself. I mean, I've been Hisao this whole time. I don't know why all of a sudden in a dating sim they change who you are. Usually dating sims, they have a character. They're usually faceless. You don't know what they look like because it's supposed to be you. You're supposed to be the character in dating sims. It's supposed to be yourself, not... and unlike this, which is a visual novel, it's supposed to be like a book. You're from the point of view of Hisao. Elise seems happy I'm taking her side, but a bit conflicted that I might not think she can take care of herself. If this is about the budget, then I'm disappointed you think I have forgotten about it. I understand how important it is. Then, can I have it, please? Shizune might not have it on her at the exact second. It's not here right now. I asked 2 students to take care of it for me, students from my class. She emphasizes the last sentence, much to my surprise. She knows about Shizune and Misha's effort to rope me into the student council. I guess word must have gotten around, so now she's using me as ammo against Shizune. This just gets better and better. It is your responsibility. A budget report isn't something you should get to be delegating away. As class rep, it's your job to be on top of things. This kind of disregard for proper procedure is really just terrible. They completed it being capable of doing so, but the students have been sick recently, so they could not come to school and give it back to me. If you want, I will apologize on their behalf for getting sick. Okay. Although Misha misses Lily's little jab entirely, Shizune doesn't, and she seems torn between being offended by Lily's daring and jumping for joy at the prospect of a challenge. Lily, don't they live here at the school? That's a 5-minute walk, you know. What could they possibly have that prevents them from taking 5 minutes out of their busy lives to drop something that will affect the enjoyment of their entire class? Lily opens her mouth to say something, but Shizune closes the gap between them and starts signing furiously, waving her hands around like an orchestra conductor. Misha tries her best to convey the same passion, but can't seem to lose her normal cheerful tone. The result is interesting and somewhat surreal. And what's with that attitude? I said that it's not something you should be delegating away. Are you the class rep or aren't you? Tell me the names of those students. They should have a job. They should have your job if you can't handle something as this simple yourself. One form isn't the full extent of what I'm supposed to take care of. Lily's tone has grown slightly impatient, but she is doing a good job of not letting Shizune say how unsettled she is becoming. She's playing her cards close to her chest. Shizune, on the other hand, wraps her finger cheerfully along the edge of her glasses, knowing Lily can neither hear nor see how excited she is. Of course, you do so much, class rep. It must be so difficult being you. Lily tightens her lips as Misha words, clearly understanding the intent behind them, even though Misha delivers them without even a hint of the sarcasm which were meant to have. Shizune and Lily don't like each other, that much is clear, but it seems a little much. It seems like Lily has had enough and is ready to push back. Why do we get a panty shot? I was actually just discussing the budget reports before you came by. You must be very talented to have finished all your student council duties so quickly that you can track me down and make sure I don't forget my own. Are you accusing me of slacking off? It seems like you're confusing me with yourself. I don't think so. That would be a very difficult thing for me to do, comparing myself to you. You're right, the differences between us is like heaven and hell. And it's not hard to guess which one you might represent. Damn! Let's go! The air between them ripples with the heat of their enmity? Enmity? What? Well, not really. They can't disguise it anymore, though even Misha looks like she's beginning to understand the real nature of this conversation. Hee-chan, don't you slack off either. What are you talking about? Aren't you taking part in the festival, Hee-chan? Or you are, aren't you then? Hope you're going to do a lot more to make sure it goes smoothly than this person. Wait, what happened? They're having a little argument. I don't understand why Shizune is suddenly getting mad at me. Don't drag me into this. I've done my part. Hey, come on. Cut me and Lily some slack. I'm gonna drink while I think on this. Okay. I'll say, just cut Lily and I some slack. Hey, I'm a new guy, remember? It's not like I could have done much even if I wanted. That's right, you shouldn't expect a transfer student to jump right into it on his first week. Lily taking my side feels oddly comforting, so I decide to back her up too. Yeah, you're being unreasonable with both of us. Excuses. Miss Class Rep has had plenty of time to deal with her report, and we repeatedly offered you a position to help with the student council work, but you refused to commit yourself to making the festival a success. Yeah, but as I said back then, I'm not sure if I don't have time for this right now. No matter what I do, it will mean being drawn into a confrontation with Shizune, and that is what she wants. Whatever, forget it. I turn my back at them. I get back to my seat and shut my ears from the finale of the argument between Lily and Shizune. Eventually, Lily leaves our classroom and Shizune and Misha seat themselves without talking to me. I feel Shizune's eyes burning into my back. She is probably angry at me, but I'm just as angry with her. I don't get why she had to drag me into the argument. I mean, it was their argument. Hanako doesn't come to the morning class at all, leaving her seat looking empty and lonely in the back of the classroom. I have to tell her that Lily was looking for her if I see her later. After the events of this morning, class is pretty boring in comparison. I turn the pages of my textbook lazily. I have a bit of catching up to do, despite trying to keep up with my studies at the hospital, but I'm not feeling that enthusiastic about it. The clock at the front of the room sounds unbearably loud. The teacher hasn't said anything in over 7 minutes, instead opting to cover the board in rows and rows of equivalations taken directly from the book. A rhythmic clashing of chalk on the board seems to synchronize perfectly with the ticking of the clock. I start to copy down the equations. Did I say something different? Equations just to pass the time, even though they are right there in the textbook. When the bell rings, I'm not in a hurry because I have nothing to do, so I stay for a while reviewing what we covered in class today. I prefer to leave at last anyways, so I don't have to deal with crowding in the hallways. I noticed Shizune and Misha have also stayed behind, talking to someone from another class. Shizune is signing so fast that her hands make noises like swords cutting through the air. Maybe there is pent-up anger in there. Misha is trying desperately to keep up, but it's clear she can barely manage to even understand her. I put my head down. Whatever they're discussing, it looks like serious business. Shizune signs to the point where her wrists crackle, and Misha struggles to spit it out in a word form. Sometimes she trips over herself like she's dealing with tongue twisters, and then on top of that, she has to sign back anything the other girl says. Seems like a rough job. Misha looks tired, like she's about to faint. Luckily for her, their business is soon finished and the girls sit down on their seats again. Ooh, what? I'm so tired. She's hanging her head limply on her desk, looking exhausted. I'll use the opportunity to reconcile with Shizune a bit without getting roped into the student council thing again, though I suspect that door is now closed for me. Festival preparations must be tough for you. Indeed, the people in the school seem to be taking the festival very seriously. Whenever I see people idling around before the start of classes, they're always talking about their plans for it. It's kind of neat to see everyone being so enthusiastic about it. I am probably the only one who doesn't have something to do. Shizune scoffs at me first, as if trying to decide whether to ignore or sneer at me, but in the end she starts signing without doing either. Misha perks up, looking at her hands with slightly unfocused eyes. She signs with harsh, heavy, dramatic strokes. Misha translates her signs into speech for me. She does it so well, it's almost like Shizune is actually speaking, transmitting her thoughts directly through Misha. She must have practiced it vigorously. Well, of course, we're in the student council, you know. So we're pretty busy. It's an important duty of ours to ensure the success of the festival with all our strength. We should save ourselves in front of the past student council generations if the festival were to fail. I said fall. That's why there must be no flaws, or I think that was encumbrances. No, nothing that might make the festival short of perfect. Shizune's passionate speech and Misha's enacting are really oddly fitting of them. Oh, hello! Oh, there's Hanako. I look over my shoulder and see Hanako peering timidly into the classroom, most of her body hidden behind the door. Hey, playing delinquent again? Hanako blushes hard at Misha's straightforward jab, even if it was only in jest. Oh, you're scaring her! Shizune stares at her probingly, causing Hanako to look down and start backing away to the point where her fingers can be seen wrapped nervously around the edge of the door. Maybe she is showing her dislike of Hanako by association of her dislike of Lily. It appears so, and Hanako probably knows it as well. What is it, Hanako? Has Lily been here? Sorry, haven't seen Sato. She came by in the morning though. Hanako keeps looking uneasily at Shizune, who stares back at her with her usual studying gaze. What is she trying to do? Of course, Shizune isn't going to look away, and she is intimidating enough as it is, so I can only imagine how terrified Hanako would be. It is a little uncomfortable watching Hanako's reaction to Shizune's normal behavior. This is what happens when two people at two different extremes meet, it seems. Do you know where she is? If she has any sense in her mind, she's in her classroom working on, wrong voice. If she has any sense in her mind, she is in her classroom working on their festival projects. But who knows where that woman is loitering at? Hanako nods quickly and retreats with haste. What are we talking about? Oh yeah, we are really working hard to make the festival happen. And driving other people insane along the way. Well, good luck with that.
I stand up to leave, making my exit before either of them manage to berate me any more for slacking off. The halls are somewhat quiet, as expected. Everyone can be in club meetings or at festival preparations, or both. Shizune's words about being a slacker echo in my head. I feel a bit guilty about not contributing, but I seem to lack the resolve to do something concrete about the matter. Okay, bye. See you later, Payback Craft. For the festival is too late already, unless I count helping Shizune and Misha, which I naturally don't, and clubs I don't know. Maybe I'm not a club type of person. Halfway through the way from the school building to the dorms, I spot a figure in front of the dorms. It's Rin. It looks like she's working on her mural again today. I walk over to her, but she doesn't seem to notice me approaching. She's sitting on an upturned box, looking intently at the wall she is painting with brush held between her toes. The mural has progressed considerably since yesterday, and is still only half done as far as I can tell. Yeah, there is a lot more painting on here. A lot more paint on here, I should say. More colors have appeared, and the twisted human-like figures have spread and increased in number. I have to say, the style is quite eye-catching and very unique. Not that I would be knowledgeable about art or any by any measurable scale, but it's very nice looking nevertheless. I clear my throat and get her attention, but not startle her so that her concentration won't break. Wait! She doesn't even turn to check who it is. I'll wait. That's a lot of waiting. Still waiting. 15 minutes later, and I decide that her concentration is indeed unbroken, and also that I have waited long enough to warrant poking her gently on the shoulder to remind her of my presence. Rin turns her head mechanically to my direction, ending up staring at my crotch level. Oh, it's Hasao. She can tell? I would feel a lot less uncomfortable if she would look at my face. She's just staring at his penis. What the fuck? An astute observation. Hard at work, I see. The conversation starts as if I hadn't been here for a quarter of an hour already, but it's not a concern. At least it starts. Looking good. It does. The layers of paint hiding other layers of paint, mixing and shaping the human figures really can create an impressive look, but Rin looks miffed. You shouldn't comment on works in progress. 7 years of bad luck. Sounds terrible. I guess I'll take it back then. Still, it looks good. I wonder if I get 14 years of bad luck for thinking that. I didn't know it was bad luck to comment on works that are not finished. Rin turns back to look at her painting and pokes it with a big toe. Could you mix some of this color? I am running out of it. She looks down at a half-empty bowl with the remains of the same pinkish paint in it. I didn't really intend to stay and help her with this project, though. I guess I didn't intend to do anything much. I look at Rin, and she looks emptily back at me. Just this once. Rin picks up another brush and drenches it in another tone of pale red. There are dozens of similar bowls all around her working area. From the looks of this scene, she could have been sitting here for hours. I wonder if she has, and that would mean she's even been skipping school, though, which I, of course, wouldn't put beyond someone like Rin. I pour a little bit of white and red into the bowl, trying to match the color with the one already on the wall. I can't seem to get it right. It's really inconvenient to get of her not to mix enough in the first place. Getting it to be exactly the same tone will be impossible, but at least I can try to get it as close as I can. That's the problem with paint. It's so hard to get the exact same shade that you had before. That's the problem that I have. But I always try to get it as close as possible. Speaking of hard work, isn't that a huge workload for you? It's such a big painting and all. Oh, I'm not old and bitter enough to think yet to think like that. I guess you aren't. You guessed right. Legs hurt enough. They feel like slugs. Slugs made of sea slugs. Because of the position? Yeah, I like doing it in a horizontal position before, if you know what I'm talking about. But it can't be helped. Can't ask the wall to lay down. Saying that, she stretches herself a little, bending her legs and back far more than a human should flex. It's astonishing how effortlessly she manages her body around. There is a small flinch in her otherwise blank expression, a hint of pain maybe, as she stretches out her calves. Rin must have stamina and a dexterity far beyond a normal person to be able to live like she does, but she's wearing out working on this. Why push yourself so much? Take a break or something at least, continuing tomorrow if it's bad. This gives her a pause. A long one too, feeling like a mental yawn. I don't think so, Hisao. I'm not pushing myself. Sure looks like you are. No, I'm not about pushing or pulling or anything related to that kind of thing. There is this boy. A boy? Yes. Where? At the art club. And? He is blind. Oh, how can you paint when you are blind? No idea. So why is he there? That's the point. He is there. She really should speak more than one word at a time to make this feel more like a discussion and less like an interrogation. He can't really do anything that you'd call art, right? But he comes here anyway and paints. Why? I don't know why. I don't know. That's why I asked. So? He doesn't paint often, but I think his paintings are very interesting. I'm sure they are. I once tried that, painting with my eyes closed. It wasn't too interesting. The cleaning up the floor took ages. Didn't try again. But he is becoming better at sculpting. Oh, I would think that someone who's blind would be good at sculpting. But I think blind people could also do art. It would look very interesting. But I think their sculptures would also look very interesting. I see. Maybe she was trying to make a point with this, and maybe she forgets she had one. Seems like the art club is full of interesting people. Not really. Pretty blunt statement, and she totally misses the sarcasm. No? Or no? Just like I said, they are not interesting. I usually don't have much I really don't have much interest in people who are not interesting. Maybe you have. Maybe. But that boy is interesting. Maybe I am like that boy, or maybe you are. Maybe everyone is. Doing things you can't do just because you can. That's pretty deep, I think, and I tell her that to her. You're a deep one. Nah, I'm just really shallow and thoughtless. I'm a really shallow and thoughtless person. People say that to me all the time. Did you know I can only think of 4 things at the same time? No, but I do now. Right now I'm thinking of the second floor girls' toilet, ice cream flavored ice cream, and the middle toe, and a haircut. Wait, what? What's ice cream flavored ice cream? I'm going to need a haircut. She shakes her head around vigorously, letting her short and messy messy hair ruffle wildly around. I can see that doing it is something she likes to do. We fall silent as Rin treads around absent-mindedly, poking some brushes around. The thought about the art club sticks in my head for a while longer. I'm feeling like I'm treading on very unknown territory with art. The way these meetings with Rin go, it's as though I'm starting a smoking habit or something. I should probably stop talking with her. Little do you know that you start smoking on Rin's route. It's not like I dislike her despite the confusion her being herself causes. I don't dislike art either. I've even drawn for fun sometimes. I just don't have a real creative drive or any technical skill. So usually if I were to draw something, I get white paper syndrome and just freeze completely. That, or I manage to draw something disfigured and promptly get frustrated at my inability to put the picture in my head down on paper, then call it quits without really even trying to make an effort. Rin clearly doesn't have this problem, but she frustrates me in another way, being with her as like looking into a mirror that doesn't reflect anything. Makes one question the sanity of the act. Rin sits down on her box, swaying from side to side, apparently comfortable with the uncomfortable silence. She is staring at me again, or maybe over my shoulder. I can't quite figure out where her eyes are focused. I'm thinking of leaving so she can carry on working undistracted and that I can do whatever I'm going to do alone. It's not like I have anything that must be done today. Oh shoot! Who? Nobody. I just forgot to tell Hanako that Lily was looking for her. Do you know her? Do you know her from my class? Oh, her, the mystery toilet girl? Why is she called why do you call her the mystery toilet girl? That person is funny. I saw her going to the toilet 5 times during one recess 3 weeks ago. I'm sure it's the world record. Recess? These people have recess. Since when do you have recess in high school? I guess it's not really a recess, it'd be a break, right? Because I would think that some people have special needs at the school and have to have a longer break in between classes, probably. It was very mysterious. That's why you call her Mystery Toilet Girl? What other reason could there possibly be? What if it's an eternal mystery? I didn't follow her in there. Maybe it was the week before that? Could have been. Looking at her makes me hungry. Wait, what? Why looking at Hanako makes you hungry? Don't say that. At least not around her. Yeah, don't say that to Hanako, she'll freak out. Rin turns to look at me blankly as if she's not sure why I reproved her. But she doesn't acknowledge understanding any more than before, so I give up at that point. So, do you want to go eat dinner then? No, not really. Rin has returned her hungry gaze back to the wall, looking slightly more energetic, or at least slightly less lethargic than she did before. It's as if the wall is an opponent she has to vanquish, something she must overcome before she can indulge in dinner. This is the feeling I get. A weird sense of empathy overcomes me and makes me smile a little to myself. For all her oddity, Rin is pretty cool after all. I'll be going away anyway. Have fun. Rin has already grasped the brush and is dipping it into fresh paint, so of course she can't hear me anymore or doesn't answer anything, even if she does. Adhering to the nurse's nagging voice in the back of my head, I set my alarm clock to wake me up early enough to go jogging again. Let's go! We're going jogging again! I made a promise and I'm going to keep it. Besides, Emmy is bound to rat on me if I don't show up. True. But it's not all that bad. Let's go! Got another day done. How many days has it been? Because the festival should be coming soon, right? My morning alarm goes off and I flail out uselessly for a while until I remember that I had decided to give morning runs another shot. I'm gonna get a drink of water. It's probably a good spot to get a drink. Hope my throat gets better. I don't know if this was my greatest idea, but I'm determined to keep going. This is about my health after all. Sure, things haven't gone great lately for me, but this hasn't made existence so intolerable that I'm not going to try everything I can to stay healthy. Besides, it's all about asserting some kind of control over this thing, right? If I can manage that, well, I can manage anything. At least that's what I keep telling myself. Once again, it would appear that I'm not alone in my run. Emmy has apparently been here for some time. It looks like she has already worked up a good sweat. I wonder if you can hear it. Just when the hell does she come down here anyway? Oh, it's you! I'm surprised to see you again. Why is that? Well, not many people actually manage to come back for a second try. She frowned, seemingly annoyed by a passing thought. Like the rest of the track team, for instance. Wait, she's the only person on the track team? Still, it was only supposed to be on a volunteer basis, so it's not that big of a shock. I guess it's pretty early in the morning. A shrug, and suddenly it appears that she'd forgotten what she was talking about. The frown disappears entirely, and she seems to snap back to her previous train of thought. So, come on, then. What? You're here to run again, right? Well, yes. So come on. Okay, I think this is where we get on the Emmy path. I find myself suddenly grabbed and yanked onto the track. Things seem to be set on mirroring yesterday's run. That is, I seem to be struggling while Emmy moves with an effortlessness that I find inevitable. It's incredibly bothersome to be so easily worn out. I know I should be patient, work toward things gradually, but it's difficult to stay positive about this. We round the track and start on our second lap. Emmy seems to have grown impatient, keeping pace with me, and begins to pull away. This is where I gave out yesterday. Will I be able to move more? Okay, this is where we lock into the Emmy path. We have to say, go for it. If we take it easy, then we're locked out of the Emmy path. We can't go on this path. So, we have to say, go for it. I'm gonna get a drink of water. And then we're finally gonna be on Emmy path. Let's go! I'm gonna take off my jacket. It's getting kind of hot in here. Okay. Okay, go for it. What am I doing here? Am I really just going to fold and let Emmy pull ahead? I speed up. The second lap done quickly, and without even considering it, I keep going. Emmy looks back over her shoulder at me and grins. Still going? Wouldn't want you to think I was out of shape, pant. Keeps panting. Emmy laughs without breaking her stride, no less, and speeds up even more. Well, if this is the way she's going to play it... No! Don't do it that much! You're gonna die! You're gonna have a heart attack! I increase my own pace as well. I thought you were just gonna go on another lap. I can feel my lungs burning and my legs are starting to question just what the hell I think I'm doing. Lactic acid screams in my muscles as I close my ears. I can't let myself fall behind because that would be a loss. The rational voice in my head inquires mildly. Oh my god, hiccuping. Inquires mildly just when we started playing a game. I'd answer, but I'm having a lot of trouble thinking at present. She's so fast. Oh no, we're having a heart attack. It's like a stinging pulling in my chest, a choking feeling of narrowness and pain. Before I can think of anything else, then oh shit, the track disappears from under my feet. Oh shit, we're having another heart attack. I stumble, one hand shooting down to clutch at my chest, the other hitting the track to keep me from falling on my face. Emmy whirls around and her eyes widen. Hisao! She yells at me, sprinting from the other side of the track. What's wrong? Nothing, just... Keep your breath, breathing steady. Calm down, don't panic. Don't panic. Do you need me to get the nurse? I close my eyes, shutting out the outside world. Oh shit, we're dying. My heart struggles to regain its rhythm. Slowly, the pain in my chest begins to subside. Soon it's gone like nothing happened. It was nothing? No, something happened there. I open my eyes again and glance at the worried Emmy. I think I'm fine. My voice sounded weird even to myself, oddly even and matter of fact. It makes Emmy frown. I don't think you are. She seems to come to a decision and nods to herself. Right, you're coming with me. You've got to see the nurse. Emmy grabs my arm and drags me up. I feel a bit wobbly, but I refuse to shoulder Emmy. I refuse the shoulder Emmy offers for support. Honestly, I'm a little ashamed by my own weakness. I'd really rather not have Emmy concerned about me, but it seems to be too late. Heck,
I'd really rather not have anyone concerned about my condition, though at this point it seems to be too late for that as well. I'd like to be able to deal with this whole thing on my own without being a bother to anyone else. While I'm wishing for things, I'd rather not have this condition in the first place. Nurse! Amy crashes into the office without knocking, but it doesn't alarm the nurse in the least. Good morning, Sunshine. What's up? Sunshine. Anyway, he calmly sips from his coffee mug, but lays it down after following Emmy's gaze to me looming in the doorway. Hisao, what brings you here? He was running and he stumbled over and started grabbing at his chest, and I thought I'd come get you. Oh, I didn't even get to finish reading. Easy there, Emmy. Calm down. Hisao, what happened? Oh no, we were running and then my chest started hurting like that time before, but it went away after a few seconds. It was just a flutter or something. The nurse frowns as if to say that just a flutter is some kind of oxymoron. I didn't mean quite this when I suggested you get some exercise. You gotta be more careful, Hisao. I was being careful, come to think of it, I just got into a race with a member of the track team. Doesn't seem as well reasoned as I thought it would. You just what? That is, I was racing Emmy. Emmy, is this true? Emmy fidgets, looking adorably contrite. Well. Finally, she can't seem to bring herself to say aloud, and merely nods. The nurse sighs and rubs his forehead with one hand tiredly. Emmy, you've got to be more sensitive to the limits of others. I don't know if he told you, but Hisao has a bad heart, and getting him to race you was incredibly irresponsible. Actually, I started it. The nurse is stunned by my statement. You what? We were just running and Emmy started to pull away, so I sped up to catch her. The nurse stares at the ceiling, mutters a prayer for patience to some god or another, and looks back down at the both of us. So you're both stupid. That's a comfort, I guess. Now come, Hisao, I've got to make sure your heart's not going to explode or something. Oh god. I dutifully obey and follow him to the adjacent room, where he ascertained that I am, in fact, not going to kneel over and die. So, how does it feel? I don't know. Nothing much. Tired, but it might be just from the exercise. You should stay here for a few hours and rest. I'll see how you feel after that. I'm not going to object, so I lie down on the infirmary bed. What is that picture? You see the desktop picture? A thoroughly miserable Emmy comes in after getting an earful from the nurse in the other room. I couldn't hear what he said through the closed door, but I'm sure it wasn't pleasantries. Look, I'm really, really sorry. I should have been more careful. Hey, you didn't know. It's not your fault. She looks awfully down and sorry, and my reassurance don't do anything much to cheer her up. I want to make it up to you. Again with that decisive nod. So, you have to come to lunch with me. I'll bring it for you, okay? Something really, really good. I start with you don't have to, but then shut up and just nod at her when I see her face. Good. We meet on the roof. We? Yep, the weather is nice now, so the roof's a great spot for lunch, you know. I see. You'll come, right? You wouldn't deny me the chance to make it up to you. Of course not. Great, see you there. I stay afloat somewhere between sleep and awake, feeling completely drained. Not only my body, but all of me is limp and paralyzed apart from my senses. I swallow with difficulty and then try to lie as still as I can, which in this state is not a very hard thing to do. The nurse is shuffling around in the other side of the curtains he drew to give me privacy. I can see his shadow shifting about in the sunlight. He has opened the window of his office. It's windy outside. The clean white curtains flutter in the breeze in a heavy, lazy motion, like waves of light Life shifts through them slowly, half absorbing into the fabric. I close my eyes, the breeze on my face feels like a soft fabric of the curtains. I listen to the sound of my heartbeat for a moment, trying to shut out the sound of the nurse tapping away on his computer and my own heavy breathing. It's steady. Damn it. Not even a week and I end up like this again. I really screwed up this time. I should have known better than to play a half-baked sports star in front of a real one. And why did I try to act brave? Like the heart flutter was no big deal, even when it was obvious that it was. It was just a reflex. I push it away to keep it inside. I didn't want it to happen. I didn't want Emmy to see it. Ah, stupid, stupid, stupid. I have to be more careful, or I will end up in the hospital again, or worse. That's my final thought before I gave in to the tiredness. I wonder how people can fall asleep that quickly. I could never fall asleep quickly. It takes me like an hour. I fell asleep for how long? What time is it? I'm feeling a little lightheaded and I keep blinking compulsively. Pushing the curtain aside, I squint my eyes. Hi, Scarlet! Hello, hello. We're playing Katawa Shoujo. We're on the Emmy path. Thank you. Thank you for a cute outfit. I made it this school's uniform. I don't know if you saw anything yesterday, but we're going on the Emmy path. I disabled all the sex scenes, so there's no sex scenes. Any mature content is disabled. Even though the mature content would have already been disabled. Oh, this game's about dating disabled girls. Okay, so you're Hisao. You find out that you have a heart condition that now you have to go to a new school for disabled people, and like there's different girls you can date, different paths. Right now we're going on the Emmy path. Emmy has no legs. And right now we almost had a heart attack from running. That's what happened. Pushing the curtain aside, I squint my eyes against the unfiltered light pouring in from the from the window. The texture of the canvas feels nothing like the wind did before. No, sorry, I'll be busy Mondays and Wednesdays, so that's why I wasn't there yesterday. Ah, well, that's fine. If you're busy, that's fine. The nurse looked up from his work, sitting exactly where he was before. How are you feeling? I can really tell, so I don't answer anything. I'm feeling kind of groggy from falling asleep at such a weird time. Hopefully I don't look too weird. What time is it? Me croaking the question to gain some orientation, the nurse looking at his wristwatch before answering. Well, dang, I remember you talked about this game, but I forgot what it was about. Yeah, I remember I found this game back in 2013, I think? But yeah, you have heart attack. A girl talked to you and you have a heart attack, just like me, for real. Things seem to happen happen in slow motion. 10:15. Trying to think of a moment that means what that means, but I'm not really sure. You didn't answer my question, Hisao. Okay, oh fine. Climb down from that bed then, and let's see how you're doing. Don't. Oh! I try to do exactly that, only to sway dizzy when I move too fast. The nurse moves to support me by an arm and sighs. Stand up too quickly is what I was going to say. Just sit there. I'll check your pressure to make sure. My good intentions sure last for a long time. I shut up, embarrassed with myself, while the nurse gets busy with an old-fashioned contraption and my arm. After a couple of minutes, he pulls it away, looking neither pleased nor unhappy. You're alright. Head stop spinning? Yeah. Good, and how are the contents doing? You didn't show any good judgment out there, Hisao. I swallowed the retort I was going to make. It's what I was thinking myself, but hearing it stated by somebody else makes me want to protest. What he's saying is not pleasant to hear, doesn't make him any less right. No, sir. He nods, still looking as neutral as he was before. It would be easy to be angry with him if he said, "Told you so," or something, but he doesn't.
I can try to help you keep your health, but ultimately the last call lies with you. Hopefully this little episode will be something that'll remind you of that. Here, a note for your teacher to avoid an interrogation. I take a sip of water. Wait. I take a slip of water. I take a slip of paper he's offering, and then take my leave as I can't think of anything else to say, nor even really want to. Stay out of trouble. You hear me? I don't think it was anything but a scare, but next time, could be different. I hear you. There is some way to get to the school building straight from the auxiliary building, but I'm not keen to find out and possibly get lost, so I go out from the exit that I know works. I stop at the stairs of the auxiliary building, deliberating for a moment between going to the dorms to get my books and stuff and going straight away to the class. The sun stings my eyes, so I head towards the dorms. The halls are quiet as the... Wait. Did I read it? Did I read it wrong? Do you have a favorite girl out of the ones you can romance? I think I like them all. I think I said Immy's my least favorite, but chat wanted Immy for some reason, so we're going Immy. I think I'd say Hanako's probably my favorite. She has like long purple hair with burns on her face. I also like Rin. Lily's pretty cool. Yeah, I think I'd like Hanako, Rin, and Lily. Those are the three. The halls are quiet at the courtyards, as the courtyard was. Naturally, so since everyone is in class, I knock lightly at the door of 3-3 and push open the door when Muto calls from the other side. Sorry I'm late. 15 pairs of eyes turn onto me. Good morning, Nakai. Muto seems to be somewhat confounded by my coming in late, as if I interrupted his flow or something. Judging from the rambling lectures his class tends to be, that might be the case. I pass him the note, and the nurse gave me. Muto takes it with a nod and reads it quickly. One I liked the most aesthetic-wise? Yes, she does. I like her hair. She does look aesthetically pleasing. He lifts his eyebrows and gives me a kind of stern look that doesn't say anything, just nods solemnly again. I shrug and he gestures at me to run along, so I naturally do. Oh, okay. I thought you meant to just leave class. The class goes on lazily. I think I'm starting to get into the rhythm of the school. I even stopped worrying about taking notes and being overly attentive. The first days I was pretty high-strung in class. Muto finishes his lecture about electricity early, but continues without a pause about the festival. So, as you know, the festival is on the day after tomorrow. I hope everyone's projects are going to be successful this year. Chances are, if they have long hair and dark, you find... What? I feel like my readings has gotten so bad from reading this game. Chances are, if they have long, dark hair, you'll find out of a... Oh yeah! Okay, now I see what you're saying. I don't know why I can't read. I like that one the most. Yes! For some reason, Hanako kind of reminds me of Yuri from Doki Doki. I think it's just their hair. They just both have long, dark, purple hair. I hope everyone's projects are going to be successful this year. Have a good time, but also come Sunday. Please keep the meaning of this festival in your minds. Games and fried food! Everyone burst out in laughter, and so do I. She kind of does look like her. Minus the scars. Minus the scars. Yes, thank you, Mikado. Oh, I didn't even get to read it! The remainder of his sentence is buried beneath the ringing of the lunch bells, and everyone starts packing their things. Muto deliberates for a moment, but since almost nobody seems to pay attention anymore, he gives up and sits down. It's crowded in the hallways, or as crowded as hallways in this school probably get. Most of the students seem to be heading down for the cafeteria. He looks like Looker from Pokemon. He kind of does. Maybe he is.
Normally, I'd just join the flow and grab a lunch myself, but today is different. Today I've been invited to lunch on the roof. An odd location, but that's where I was told to go. Fortunately, I managed to find shelter from the storm in the lee of the classroom door. Eventually, the torrent subsides and I step attentively out into the hallway, only to be met by Emmy, who comes flouncing down the hallway like a cannonball. Hey, hi, Hisao! Great timing. I have super extra lunch. I have super extra lunch today, as promised. Let's go upstairs. The stairway to the roof is a little dilapidated, but it's clearly been used recently. Dude, lunch on the roof, automatic confession spot right there. It really is. But I don't think we're confessing. Alright, we're having lunch. At the top of the stairs is a door, complete with a missing padlock. I wonder who the intrepid individual was that removed the lock? Emmy shoves the door open and steps beaming into the sunlight. It's Rin! Suddenly, a tall, dark stranger appears out of nowhere, standing imposingly in front of us. Emmy flinches back, almost falling back down the stairs. Eek! Hello. Yipes, you scared me, Rin. Wait, isn't she... Hello. Noticing that Rin is speaking to me, Emmy looks curiously at me. Oh, I accidentally paused. Didn't mean to do that. You two know each other? I look confusedly at Emmy. She's that friend of yours? Rin has turned her gaze towards the clouds drifting above the school. I didn't know you knew this person, Emmy. The awkward silence lasts only for a few seconds until Emmy lets out a tiny giggle, shrugging and coincidence off. Yeah, Rin does not have arms. They're apparently like hallmates, and I think they say later the reason the school paired them up is because together they make a full person. Because she has no arms and she has no legs. I don't know. I think it's funny. They're like best friends. Or at least I think they are. She helps her do her hair and other stuff that she needs help with because she has no arms. The awkward silence lasts only for a few seconds until Emmy lets out a tiny giggle, shrugging the coincidence off. I invited Hisao for lunch. If you know him, that's just better. Oh, does this mean I don't get food, or did you invite him for lunch without the lunch? Neither. I have food for 3. Nice thinking. They talk to the other end. They walk to the other end of the roof while I stay at the clock tower for a while, taking in the atmosphere. There is nobody else but us here. That is a weird sentence. I guess the roof is not as popular as it is in other schools. A few rundown benches and tables are scattered around the edges, perhaps in an attempt to make the rooftop look less desolate. I would think that it wouldn't be too popular because a lot of people have disabilities, and it probably wouldn't be good for them to be on the roof. Like, for instance, there could be people who are in wheelchairs, people who are blind. You know, they probably shouldn't be on the roof. The small pebbles covering the roof rattle between our feet. I peek through the chain link fence and take a look at the school grounds and beyond. Students are strolling in pairs and groups around the quadrangle? What? Quadrangle? And at the cafeteria. A few delivery trucks are driving past the school towards the convenience store nearby. Somewhere, a watchdog barks at a passerby. Somehow, when I look towards the town center, the small town feel strikes me very strongly, almost palpably. The hectic lifestyle of big metropolises seems so far away and foreign here. Nobody has to run to catch a bus like their life depended on it and get their senses overloaded by the neon lights and traffic jams. I feel surprisingly optimistic about this new life of mine, looking at my new hometown, even if it's going to be mine for only one short year.
Finding out about my illness and having to move away from home all came so suddenly. I haven't had time to think how I feel about it. When I step out of the shadow of the clock tower to the open, I feel warmth touching my back. The sun shines from a perfectly clear, serene sky. A cool breeze sweeping over the rooftop makes me shiver, but only briefly. The wind carries the scent of the trees and flowers, not smog and cars exhaust like... What? The wind carries the scent of trees and flowers, not smog and car exhaust like it used to just a few weeks ago. Emmy settles on a bench with Rin in tow and produces one big and two small lunch boxes from her bag. Come on, Hisao, what are you waiting for? She is beckoning me to join them, making room on the nearby small bench. I seat myself in the corner of the bench to take as little space as possible. It's pretty cramped, but somehow all of three of us fit on it. Impressive, or I thought I accidentally did the wrong voice. Impressive view. Emmy presses a giggle and places a lunchbox in front of Ren and hands another lunchbox to me. Here you go, lunch as promised. Homemade no less. I'm impressed. Wow, or I keep getting the voices mixed up. Wow, this looks really good. Thanks. I make them myself when I can. Conversation dies off, and I set about the business of feeding myself. Taking a few bites, I glance up and notice Rin deftly opening the lunchbox and propping a fork of food into her mouth using her feet. Even though I've seen it before, I can't help but be impressed at her dexterity. It's also a reminder of the sort of place I am in right now. Will I ever get used to sights such as this? I can't decide if getting used to such a thing would be a good thing or a bad thing either. Does getting used to this place mean I'm giving up on being a normal person? Or does it just mean that I'm becoming more understanding about those around me? I'm distracted from my thoughts by the sight of Emmy tearing into her lunch as if it had insulted her ancestors? What? What is that analogy? She's tearing into her lunch as if it had insulted her ancestors. You seem pretty hungry. Emmy looked up, mouth half full, and swallows before nodding. My morning run always works up an appetite. Which is great because when I burn through lunch pretty quickly, helps me keep my girlish figure. What would happen if you lose it? Would you become a man? Lunch knows what it did. It's vengeance. I very nearly choke on my lunch trying not to laugh. It's a figure of speech. Does your figure have to run in the morning too? Do you always talk like this? They both have yellow or green eyes. Why I say yellow? They both have green eyes. But hers is more of like a forest green, or is more brighter? Talk like what? Like what? I think that answers my question. Never mind. So, I struggle to think of small talk and settle on the obvious question. How do you two meet? Oh, is this when they explain it? Rin seems content to let Emmy answer this question. Someone in the housing department thought that we'd complement each other well, so we were assigned rooms next to one another. See, I told you. Because they both have missing limbs. Although, I feel like they can bond over the fact that they don't have limbs. Emmy's losing her legs was more recent. Rin was born with no arms. Emmy got into a car accident and lost her legs. Hi, Niku OMG, welcome back. Forget romancing Emmy, I ship Emmy and Rin. Yeah, they're pretty cute. Although, I feel like their personalities are kind of different. She's very more bubbly, she's more aloof. But I guess opposites attract, right? But welcome back, we're playing not a dating sim, it's not really a dating sim. It's a visual novel. I guess a visual novel dating sim, I would say. Maybe. Everyone in the housing, or we said that, compliment each other? like shoes in a suit. Huh? Emmy giggles at my confusion. Put us together and we've got all our limbs, get it? Yep, that is true. Put you guys together, you have all your limbs. Ah. So I started helping Rin get ready in the morning. And that was that. I mean, you can't help someone get dressed every morning and not get along. That is true. If you have to help each other, you have to get along. I see. Rin chooses this moment to interject. I have trouble with shirts. Or, I have trouble with shirts. I mean, I would assume so. Right, that seems fairly obvious. Really? Kind of? This isn't helping, but at least Emmy seems to find the whole thing funny. That combined with the fact that Rin is genuinely curious makes me feel slightly better and yet confused. I mean, you've got no arms. So putting on a shirt seems like one of those things that would be difficult. You know what? I'm just going to stop talking now. Was Doki Doki. Let's just say it's not the best experience I've had. Doki Doki's pretty cool. I mean, this game, the festival's also happening. I was saying yesterday how every single time there's a festival in anime or in a dating sim, something bad's gonna happen. Festival is coming up in 2 days, I think, now, since I've been playing this. So, you know what? I'm just gonna stop talking now. I'll save it. It'll save me a lot of trouble in the long run. Rin nods in what I suspect is meant to be a sage manner? I see. The conversation dies as I turn my attention back to my lunch. It's quite good. Amy finishes her lunch first and makes a content noise. Ah, that was good! As she busies herself with cleaning up her lunch, Rin speaks up. I'm thirsty. Oh, I almost forgot about that, sorry! With a flourish, she reaches into her bag and removes a trio of juice boxes. Oh! That way Rin can drink it without having to pick it up. With her hands, she can use the straw, right? She tosses me one that appears to be cranberry juice, one to Rin that appears to be some kind of strawberry milk, complete with pink flavored, complete with pink color scheme, and keeps an equally pink box of some kind of fruit punch for herself. Rin dexterous stabs her straw through the top of her box and begins to drink. Whoa! She did that herself with her foot? Holy shit. I'm once again impressed by how flexible she is, but this time I keep my comment to myself. Somehow I don't think either Emmy or Rin are the sort of people to think twice about the way they work around their particular disabilities. Rin especially so. Indeed, she gives off the impression of being entirely aware that she's missing any limbs at all. I'm glad that they have such a good relationship. I'm glad they get along. My boy cosplays Shanks from One Piece? Who? Wait, what? Whether or not that's a conscious decision in another manner. What? I'm honestly not sure. So Hisao, how do you like it up here? It's quite nice, actually. I like high places for the view. Thanks for inviting me up here. And for the lunch, too. Emmy grins a 1,000-watt grin, pleased by my response, I suppose. No problem. Feel free to eat with us next time, too, okay? I won't make you a lunch, but you can bring your own up here. No lunch service? I don't know. Emmy looks mock offended. Trying to take advantage of my good nature. The nerve. She giggles. Well, if it's your answer, I guess Rin and I can just keep eating lunch all alone. Because she has no arms, I think. That's a guy. It's a girl. The reason why she wears a male uniform is because if she had to wear a skirt, it'd be very compromising with her using her feet as hands, as you would probably guess. Yeah, they're both girls. It would just be and also she has short hair because she has no arms. It'd be hard to keep long hair with no arms, you know? I am suddenly assaulted by the most heart-rendering puppy dog eyes I've ever seen as Emmy pouts. Kidding, I was kidding! I'd love to eat lunch up here again. Good location and the company's okay too. Emmy frowns a little bit by my declaration of okay, but seems happy enough that I've accepted her invitation. I guess this makes us friends now, or at least acquaintances. The lunch bell rings, signaling a return downstairs. I didn't process the fact that she wears a guy uniform. Yeah, she can't wear a skirt. I'm the girl from Yomawari Midnight Shadows? I don't know what that is. Is that another dating sim? Rin, you didn't finish your lunch again. I wasn't that hungry. If you don't eat more, you're going to fade away. Rin shrugs as if this is an acceptable risk. Come on, we'd better get going. The three of us head down the stairs together. Scary game? Oh. The afternoon class passes. Once again, I find myself without a plan or for something to do after school, so I head to the library to turn a couple of books I finished reading. Oh, we're gonna see Yuko. Walking inside, I see that there are about as many students here as there were on Tuesday. All the more evident from the almost total silence enveloping the room. As I drop the books I borrowed into the return slot in the counter, Yuko suddenly pops up from behind, quite startled from the banging they make as they hit the trolley next to her. Sorry, Yuko, didn't mean to startle you. No, it's fine. It happens a lot. I'm used to it by now. Are you? Are you used to it? You just banged your head on the desk. Can I help you? It's okay. I think I know where everything is. Thanks anyway. I suppose I'll grab another book or two while I'm here. There's not much else to do, and after reading so much during my stay at the hospital, it becomes a hard habit to break. I wander down to the fiction section towards the back of the library, scanning the bookshelves for anything that catches my eye. As I do, I look over to the corner where Hanako had been the last time I was here, not really expecting anything to come of it. There she is! Hanako, let's go! Surprisingly, though, she's there, absorbed completely in a fairly thick book. I decide against intruding on her like last time and get back to finding reading material. Actually, the joke makes no sense. The girl had blue hair, I think. IDK, bro. It's been like 4 years. She's pretty. She is pretty. Look at her long hair. She has big eyes. We don't talk to her. How sad. I'm gonna get a drink of water. My throat dies. My throat's been very bad. I think it's allergies that's causing my throat to be bad now. Have any of you been having allergies lately? I've been having very bad allergies. My nose, it's not runny today, but like last week, very runny. And after an indiscernible amount of time spent perusing the aisles, I finally decide on a couple of books to get and slide them off the shelf. And with a minimum of fuss, I quickly walk over to the counter, check out my books, and pop them into my bag as I walk out. By the time I leave the main building, sunset isn't too far away. A small trickle of students remain, but the majority have left, presumably to their homes and dorms. Feeling utterly drained, I head to my room to read the books I borrowed. There's been enough action and excitement for one day already. I finished Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. Oh, wait, what? I didn't think that people would read that book. Maybe I was sniffly earlier today. I don't know, my throat's just been very bad. My nose was runny last week, not today. Yeah, 4 years, maybe more. I was 9 when I watched gameplay of that game. Kind of stuff. Wait,
What? What's not safe for work? I don't know what game you're talking about. But this game also has not safe for work content, but I disabled it. But they would have already been disabled. I know the story, of course, but I've never actually read the original book. It's just as trippy as I remember the story to be, with the wacky characters and nonsense plot. I start thinking to myself as some kind of an Alice too, haplessly tumbling down the rabbit hole into this cripple wonderland. Okay, that's a rather strong expression. Still, the isolated location and overt way the school accommodates to absolutely everything is unsettling. It is like another world. I wonder why I can't shake the feeling of being an outsider like Alice, despite most everyone being so hospitable and friendly with me. Turning another page, my mind starts drifting further away from the book. It's quiet. I can hear my heartbeat thumping against the fabric of my shirt. For some reason, it makes me feel really bad like it has what? I can't read. It makes me feel really bad like it has since that time in the forest with Iwanako. Like I was locked in a cage with something nasty and scary. I put the book down for a while and stare at the ceiling, taking my time to shake off the feeling. 200 pages later, I fall asleep. Okay, now that we're on the Emmy path, we have to not get the bad ending. Because this game has good and bad endings. We have to try to not get the bad ending with Emmy. And I don't know how we do that. I only know how to get onto the paths. I don't know how to get the good or bad endings on those paths. The students roll into class for the Saturday morning session, each and every one of them sporting the tired eyes of people who have worked through the night. With only a day left to prepare, I suppose it's not so surprising. Thankfully, we only have to suffer through classes until the lunch break, and then our time is our own. Should Dev watch some gameplay on YouTube, maybe even play on stream? Yomawari is one of those very good games that no one knows anything about. Is it? You said it's scary. I don't really play. I'm gonna look it up right now. It's Yomawari. Okay. Yomawari game series. What is this? Night Alone is a survival horror video game created and developed by Nippon Ichi Software by the PlayStation Vitus and Steam. The game was released in Japan on October 29th, 2015, and in-game in October 2016. A sequel, Yomawari Midnight Shadows, was released worldwide in October 24th, 2017. Let me look up plot. What is the plot? The player controls a little girl who is the protagonist of a game. In order to find her missing sister and dog, to do that, the player will have to explore the town and solve its mysteries while avoiding the spirits that are looking all over the town. What are pictures of this game? Oh, that does look very spooky. Like, what the fuck is that? I don't know if I'll be able to play this game, if I'm being real with you. That looks scary. That bitch terrifying. By the way, which dating sims are you gonna play? I don't know. I decided to do Katawa Shoujo first. I was planning to do Honey Pop first, but I was like, maybe let's not go all in on the not safe for work. Let's go for something more wholesome like Katawa Shoujo. So that's why I'm doing Katawa Shoujo first, because I feel like it's more wholesome than it is like the whole point of Honey Pop is just to bang girls. This is about getting to know them, going on dates, getting through some tough shit with them, and then, like, you know, it's more wholesome. Hi, Serendipity. Hello. Welcome. Am I winning? I don't know if I'm winning. We locked into the Emmy path, but we need to not get the bad ending. That's all. That's my goal. Do not get the bad endings. I have another notification on Discord. What is this? Michael. Oh, Michael sent me something on... He sent me a bunch of things on... I haven't had time to look. But I'm doing pretty good. My throat's a little bad. My throat's been bad for a bit. I don't know why. I think it's allergies. How's everyone doing in chat? How are you guys doing? I didn't ask. With only a day left to prepare, I suppose it's not so surprising. Thankfully, we only have to suffer through classes until lunch break, and then our time is our own. Okay, so tomorrow's the festival. We all know big stuff happens in anime when the festival is there. There's Looker. Muto lurches into class in a tired stagger. I suppose students aren't the only people here that enjoy their late Friday nights. Without saying a word, he scrawls some page and question numbers on the board and slumps down at his desk. It's completely atypical behavior for him, but it appears that no one in class is going to call him out on it. Wordlessly, the students shuffle their textbooks into position and get to work. Not wanting to break the trend, I do the same. Fatigue has made the class antisocial. Not a peep is heard among the ruffling papers. Might draw while watching? That's always good. I've been doing some drawing. I'm gonna make a speed paint soon. That can partly be attributed to the two empty seats behind me. For some reason, Misha and Shizune aren't present, probably doing council work for the festival. It's very quiet without Misha present. I wonder if she was born as rowdy as she is, or if she is making up for Shizune's lack of voice. Nakai, can I speak to you for a moment? So I'm engrossed in thinking about Misha when I don't even notice Mato approaching my desk. Sure, what's this about? It's probably better if we speak outside the classroom. Oh god, what's happening? I'm gonna get scolded, I have detention. Something about this doesn't sound too good, so I stand up and follow him out into the hallway. Mato standing in the hallway, scratching his head as he works out what he's trying to say, not knowing what's going on. I wait silently. Actually, did my eyebrows move? I was wondering if my eyebrows move. Here, maybe I can make them move more. Eyebrow strength. Let's go all the way. There, they move so much more now. I think. Is there eyebrow smoothing? No, there's no eyebrow smoothing. There's eyebrow sensitivity. Should I make this up to 50 or something? Let's put it up to 50. See how that is. I don't know why. I don't know why I was so obsessed with the eyebrows right now. Oh, you're in trouble? I might be in trouble. Mato stands in the hallways, I say that. I already said that. I heard from the school's head nurse that you had an incident the other day. So so it's about that. Well, kind of. It's not anything to be worried about. Yes, it is. Anything that can endanger your health is something to be worried about. We can try our best here to prepare you for your life here. Part of that involves knowing your limits and how to work around them. It would be remiss of me if I didn't speak up about this. All right, I get it. I'm sorry. Mato closes his eyes in frustrations and realizes that this probably wasn't the best thing to say. Something tells me that you're not sorry. Pretend as much as you want, but this isn't a normal school. A lot of people have put in a lot of time, effort, and money to make sure that you and every other student here can have the same level of education as your peers. For you to abuse that by throwing out advice, especially medical advice, is plain selfish. I'm not quite sure if this is this is actually how he feels, but if it is some act that he's practiced many times to guilt trip students into doing the right thing, either way, it's working. Understand, this is all new to me, and I apologize. I know my limits now, and I'll be sticking to them. Muto appears to line up a little, satisfied with that his message has been received. So then, on to my next question. How are you finding your studies? I understand you were laid up for a while. We're not too far ahead, are we? I don't really think so. I tried to keep up when I was in the hospital, so it hasn't been too hard. Muto taps his chin and raises an eyebrow as he absorbs this information. Is that so? I suppose there are still students out there who realize the importance of learning. I wouldn't go that far. I was only trying to keep myself occupied in my little life support prison. Well, yeah, you've got to keep up with these things, right? That's exactly it. One wrong move in this world and you're left behind, right? Right. Wouldn't want that to happen. No, you wouldn't. Every week there is a new scientific discovery. Some of them mean nothing to the layperson, but any one of them could be the key to the next big thing. I'll keep that in mind. It's obvious that Muto's serious talk is over and he's gone back to his standard, slightly scattered brain approach to life. I think in hindsight that I prefer him this way. It's slightly more predictable in his unpredictability. Well then, I think that's all I really had to say. Let's get back inside, shall we? My relief at that suggestion is insurmountable. Sure, you're the boss, right? Muto pauses for a moment. I don't think any of my students have ever said that to me before. For an instant, I consider replying to this, but something deep within me tells me to shut my mouth and get back into the classroom. A few of the students jump at the sound of the door, rapidly trying to pretend that they were working on the questions on the board. Some don't even bother, their heads slumped on the desk as they nap. Thankfully, it would appear that Muto does not even notice them. I was wondering if students here who have like narcolepsy, is narcolepsy like a disability? Well, we learn by doing. Can you raise one eyebrow? I cannot raise one eyebrow. I can only raise both my eyebrows. See? They move. I can't raise one though. He returns to his desk and retrieves a scientific journal from one of the drawers. I guess I got him there. The class returns to the near silence that Muto and I left in before our chat. Mixed feelings of tiredness and anticipation buzzes around the room. Everyone here is either waiting for a chance to rest for the change or get their last-minute preparations underway. The clock on the wall slowly ticks the remaining class time away until finally the bell cries out, ending the torment. Why I say tournament? Before you all leave, I expect the answer for those problems solved by Monday. The class sighs as one, instantly regretting slacking off, but still acutely aware of the more pressing issues at hand. The classroom empties in a blink as everyone rushes to their last-minute festival preparations. I stay behind and try to quickly finish the questions so I don't have to bother with it over the rest of the weekend, with the festival and all tomorrow. Oh, there's Hanako! Apart from me, Hanako's the only one left, obviously waiting for Lily. It's weird that Lily comes all the way to our classroom to pick her up. I expected that moving around is at least normal. Nominally harder for her than it is for Hanako. A tournament in this kind of school would be interesting. I'm just thinking of a thing. Maybe I'll show it to you guys later. It's like a meme thing for Katawa Shoujo. That's funny. But it's none of my business, and I naturally don't ask about it from Hanako. Despite the relative proximity of our seats, neither tries to strike up a conversation about that or anything else either, so an oppressive silence falls over the classroom. Time passes in silence. It's probably just 15 minutes or so, but it feels longer. I turn pages of my book. Hanako turns pages of the novel she's reading. My pencil lead splinters against the page just when I was about to finish a paragraph. The sound of my irritated sigh and subsequent fumbling around for a sharpener feel like they're breaking the mood in the classroom. Hanako keeps her eyes firmly away from my direction, long before Lily's tall figure appears in the doorway. Hanako? Her name is all it takes to make Hanako jump from her desk and run to Lily. Oh, she's happy! She had a smile. They talk quietly for a moment, but It isn't long before Lily leaves down the hall and Hanako idles back into the classroom, taking her seat once again. Aw, now she's sad. Watch Hanako at the corner of my eye out of sheer curiosity, but the idea that the two would be separated. For a couple of minutes she does nothing but sit with her chin in her hand, staring at the desk dejectedly. The boredom inevitably becomes too much for her, though, her slender frame reaching her bag and pulling out a small book. They're cute? Yes. Lily is like Hanako's mother. Or at least I think, is how they describe their relationship. I'm gonna get a drink again. My throat is dying. I wish my throat wasn't dying. She pulls out a small book. Come to think of it, this isn't the one I saw her reading in the library. She must be quite a fast reader to get through them all at this rate. Just like you! You're a fast reader, Scarlet. You read so fast. After about 10 minutes of restlessly shuffling in her seat and trying to read, Hanako closes her book and leaves too. As should I, since the assignment is all but finished and there is nothing else to do in the classroom. Not that I have anything to do anywhere else either. The school is a beehive of activity, but nobody pays me any heed. I saunter past classrooms filled with students frantically doing this and that, buzzing around like little worker bees. You should guess this. You shouldn't. Hey! You wouldn't guess the school day is over. It's a bit quieter outside, but not by much. People zip by left and right, hurrying as quickly as they can, busy and energetic. I feel the opposite. The midday sun seems to be draining all the spirit out of my body, making it feel limp all over. I feel like I've become a slow reader. I tend to picture what's going on, so I don't read as fast. I mean, that's a good thing. You have a big imagination, a big brain for ideas. Even though I feel like my brain, I'm very creative, I think, but my brain is literally like a ping pong ball in my head. It's just going back and forth in my head, you know? Like earlier today, it took me like at least an hour and a half to read 70 pages. I mean, I think it would have taken me a lot longer to read that much. That's still good. Share creativity with me. You're creative too. You're creative too. Oh, I'm tired. I'm so tired today. I don't know why. I went to sleep at like 2 a.m. I feel the opposite. The midday sun seems to be draining all the spirit out of my body, making it feel limp all over. Warm, soft air flows inside my shirt, feeling like a cushion. I yawn lazily, thinking about what I do. I'll drop off my books at the dorms first, and then something I haven't decided yet. Maybe Kenji is in his room. Nah, but I'm glad you think I'm crazy. You are! Don't sell yourself short. On the way to the dorms, I spot Imi coming my way, running despite not having those weird running prosthetics on. I wave at her and she skids to a stop. Yo, Hisao! Spatters of white and green paint adorn her nose and chin respectively, but her smile is wide, as it seems it always is. She leans closer to me, amplifying the feeling she is examining me. What you doing? She's like Isabella from Phineas and Ferb. What you doing? Nothing really. I don't have anything else to do for the festival and everyone else seems to be doing something important. That's perfect! Then you can help me and Rin. With the festival preparations? I'm not sure if I would be of much help. That's fine. I'm not much help either. Imi grabs my wrist and starts dragging me back inside the school quite forcefully. Isabella has felt the disturbance. She did when I said that. But I'm also Isabel. She can't be mad.
Even her walk speed is more like jogging, making me stumble over myself simply trying to keep up. The stairs slow Emmy down a little bit. Maybe it's hard to climb with her legs, or maybe she's finally run out of breath. We go all the way back to the 3rd floor to the seniors' hall, ending up where I left 5 minutes ago. I could just as well have stayed here waiting for Emmy had I'd known. So is Rin working on the mural still? That's right, she needs all kinds of paints and brushes and stuff, so I went to get them from the art room. And you need me to help with that? Well, Rin told me you had already helped her, so I thought you wouldn't mind. I see. So thanks to Emmy's flank logic, here I am again, collecting stuff from from the art classroom for other people. Hi, Michael. Welcome. We're on a path. We're on the Emmy path. The room is empty, apart from ourselves and the lonely specks of dust floating in the air. Emmy skips straight away to the back hall, digging out a tiny crumpled piece of paper from her pocket. While she tries to make sense of the scrawled handwriting, I take a closer look at the materials lying around here. Dozens of paint cans and bottles are arranged on the shelves in a most unorganized fashion. Some look like they have been left here for several decades, relics of previous art club generations. Next to the heavy stacks of neatly piled drawn paper are boxes full of different sized brushes and unsorted crayons. The smells of paint, turbulent, the fresh paper floating in the stale air mixing in my nostrils to form that unmistakable scent of art. Emmy studies her notes, comparing them to markings on the various paint cans, and passes them to me as she finds the correct matches. She stretches her neck to look on the topmost shelf, but it's not quite enough. Her eye level stays below the shelf no matter what she does. Emmy gives up and just looks up to the shelf longingly, like a child at a toy store huffing in annoyance. Wait, how tall are these characters? I'm gonna look up how tall Katawa Shoujo characters. Katawa Shoujo character heights. Okay, images. Oh my god! Emmy's shorter than you, Scarlet! She's 4'9"! She's a dwarf! And, Shizune and Misha are my height. 5'2". Rin is 1 inch taller than me, Hanako's 2 inches taller, and Lily is 4 inches taller than me. I just stare at something beyond my reach. She is 2 inches shorter than you. She is short. She's a dwarf. She's legally a dwarf. I mean, if we took off her prosthetics, she would be shorter. Her eye level stays below the shelf no matter what she does. Emmy gives up and just looks up at the shelf longingly, like a child at a toy store, huffing in annoyance. After a moment of building anger, she starts jumping up and down, apparently trying to speed read the labels during the fraction of the second she can see them and catch what she can. Toxic? Why am I toxic? It's no surprise that she fails miserably and almost manages to bring the entire shelf crashing down. Now I see why me lending a hand here would be useful. Come on, let me do that. You can't jump high enough. I don't want you to hurt yourself trying. Also, I'm like twice your height. You are not. She turns around, flaring scorn, flushed cheeks and all. Just kidding. Anyway, I'll look up there, okay? She glares at me one more time, but can't come up with a retort. With a grudging humph, turns her back to me. So I begin scrounging around the top shelf for paint while below Emmy crouches to scavenge what she can from the cupboards. I shake my head a little after double checking to ensure she can't see me do so.
Amy having a complex about her height was a surprise. I wouldn't have joked about it otherwise. She's short! She seems easygoing, but I guess everyone has their weak spots. Only after we have almost all the items collected and spread out on a desk like a treasure hunter's spoils, I do realize that that it wasn't necessary the height jab that got her riled up. She might not like being told that she can't do something like jump. Just hold the paint above her head. She won't be able to reach. But Emmy herself seems to have forgotten all about it already. Quick to anger, quick to forgive. Is she that type of person? Oh, that's toxic of you. Yeah. At least she doesn't seem to have taken anything to heart as she chatters away happily while we pick the rest of the items and then make our way back out to Rin. The cavalrously what? A cavalrously what? How do you say that? Chivalrously. Carry the bulk of the materials as we make our way towards the dormitories. Rin is really stressed about getting her painting done. It's her own fault though. She should have started earlier. Is she going to make it? No idea. It looks good to me, but with Rin, you'll never know what's going on. This is me when I have to make a avatar, like the day before I have to plan the stream. I should have started earlier. I should have. It's my own fault. I should have started earlier, but I don't. It's just Rin, just like me for real. I found her this morning lying in front of the dorm in the fetal position. She hadn't slept all night. I can't believe that the night nurses hadn't found her. And now she's painting again, like crazy. Yeah, I've noticed that she comes off as kinda unhinged, so to speak. Emmy giggles at that, as well as at my likely too obvious awkwardness. I don't mind it, she's just a little weird sometimes. That I agree with her. Unlike me, Emmy seems to be cool with the Rins, whatever it is that feels so off about her. Still, they don't feel close like Misha and Shizune do, with them working as a single entity sometimes. It's hard to say where one ends and the other begins. Even though they're so different, just like Emmy and Rin are. And Rin is the most different of them all, different from anyone else I've met. Yeah, I guess she's a very unique person. I return to that word again, as if it encompasses Rin's personality by itself, but really it's just a substitute for a lengthy description of her oddities. Amy giggles as I grasp about for a proper descriptive word. She's just weird. You know, earlier she just spent half an hour sitting on her box and stared at her toes. She giggles again at the way that makes me think she doesn't know what's funny about it. It just is. It's all that time. The working area is a mess, but the mural itself has taken even more of the wall than I saw last time. Yeah, looks like it's getting more paint. How's the path going? It's been going alright. We're still on Emmy's path. We haven't had any decisions to make that would either make us a bad ending or a good ending yet. I think you need to get majority of good decisions or for it to work. Like, you can make one bad decision and you're still on the good path, but if you make majority bad decisions, then you're on the bad path. I think that's how it works. But we haven't had to make any decisions yet. The work area is a mess, but the mural itself has taken even more of the wall since I last saw it. The disfigured human figures have been mostly colored in tones of red, pink, and orange. Weird, imaginary things populating the spaces between. It looks nice. I can't think of any word that would describe the work concisively and comprehensively, so I settled myself on the non-descriptive nice. Good. Just nice. But honestly, it seems that the area around the wall becomes untidier at the same rate as the mural progresses. The ground is littered with dozens of paint cans, various art supplies, and empty soda bottles. Rin herself is in the center of this chaos, standing there looking very cozy as if she was the natural part of the scene. Her pant legs have been rolled up to her knees, exposing her thin legs with which sport a dry spectrum of war paintings similar to those on Emmy's face. Emmy sprints to Rin ahead of me and gleefully jumps in front of her. I'm back! That was fast. Or, what's her voice? That was fast. Did you run in the corridors again? Hisao helped me! Emmy points victoriously at me. Rin turns around, following Emmy's finger with her eyes, looking at my general direction. She nods absent-mindedly at me. She looks like she hasn't slept since last night. A vacant glazed stare that focuses slightly off me, and movements like in a slow-motion movie. Hello, Hisao. Thank you for the help. Don't mention it. I just did. Never mind. Looks like you made progress, looking good as far as I can tell. But how do you get more bad luck? But now you get more bad luck. Rin sounds like me. She's very weird. She's also apparently, she speaks deadpan, but I don't know how to do a high-pitched deadpan voice, really. I know, but I'm willing to take the risk. That's a nice thing to say. For me, of course, not you. Not for you. This is why artists are always unlucky. They have to consistently stare at their work, their unfinished paintings. So artists can't find romance, their favorite TV shows are cancelled, or they die young because of an unspecified disease. It's a deep, mysterious law of the universe. What? Wait, so artists don't get married, their favorite TV shows are cancelled, die young because of a disease. Okay. That's what happens to artists, apparently. I'm gonna die. Unless they are blind. What? She considers for a while, looking like she's going to fall asleep. There is a boy. At the art club, you see? Blind boy. So he doesn't see. You already told me. I glance sideways at Emmy and she glances back in the way that tells me that she has heard this one before too. Neither of us say anything to Rin though, so she continues her monotone soliloquy as a unfunny stand-up comedian. Bully them? Why would I bully them? He should become an artist. No bad luck guaranteed. Oh, because he can't see the art. So he can't, like, be cursed. I get it. No, don't you think that would be a good idea? That only blind people should become artists? No, not as much. Not as much. Wait, what? You might have a point. Abandoning this train of thought, she turns again to consider her work and starts humming a tune that I think I recognize but can't remember the name of. Emmy arranges the supplies we bought and moves a few paint cans around, trying to bring some organization to the scene. Emmy, I need Prussian blue paint. Which one? Which one's Prussian blue? She is staring helplessly at 7 or 8 cans, which each with a different tone of blue. It's the one with Prussian blue paint in it. Thank you. Very descriptive. Geez, Ren, you're not helping at all. I look around as well, even though I don't know what Prussian blue looks like either. I wonder what blue has to do with Prussia. What's Prussia? Or what Prussia even means. Is it Prussia or Prussia? I don't know. The name sounds vaguely familiar, but I can't place it. With none of the blues look like Prussia. Prussian. Why was I saying Prussia? Prussian. Then the others. The small print on the labels is legible through the. Hi, Ice Croco. Welcome. Welcome back. We're on the Emmy path. The small print on the labels is legible enough to determine that none say anything about the contents being Prussian. There's no Prussian blue here. We need to go get more then. Getting a phone soon, probably Friday. Nice, congrats. I need a new phone. I've had this phone for like probably 6 years. It's very bad. I opened my mouth to say that actually. We're not both needed for such a simple task in like finding another pot of Prussian blue, but Emmy's already grabbed my arm and started dragging me off. I waved to Rin, who doesn't seem to have noticed that the two of us are even leaving. Can't you just log into your account on your new phone? I don't know. Well, she noticed that she'll notice when she goes for her Prussian blue and finds out it's still not there. Now you can cause chaos on 2 devices. Awesome. Maybe. Probably not actually. Smug V and Ice Croco at the same time. Bro waving the girl who can't wave back. Toxic? What? I mean, she can wave her stump. She can wave her stump. I'm gonna get a drink of water. I'm running out of water a little bit, but that's fine. Hi, Tony. Welcome. We're playing a visual novel. That's not waving. While I'm busy thinking of how weird Rin is, Emmy's been dragging me back to the art classroom. I feel myself starting to run out of breath. What's the rush? Huh? Emmy's giving me an appraising look as if she's trying to figure out something. It's just that you seem to be in a hurry. I'm not sure I can keep up. Comprehension dawns on her face. You're not out of breath, are you? There's the strawberries and cream Dr. Pepper, and it's pretty good. I think Angel got a... Was that the one that Angel got? I remember Angel bought a strawberry and cream soda. I didn't really like it. It was kind of sweet to me. I think I just prefer the normal soda. But I also don't prefer soda, really. So maybe it's just, I don't like soda. Oh, so that was the one that Angel got. Okay. Yeah, I tried it. I just don't prefer soda. There's almost an accusing playful tone, playfulness to her tone. I'm tempted to deny it, but then I realize that I've been breathing heavily since we stopped. Guess it's kind of obvious. A little. Not everybody can be in shape, you know. Takes all kinds, right? Emmy frowns. It's not a particularly good frown. That is, I should get in shape? Not that I hadn't already decided to try for that. After the flutter on the track, I figured there's a real need to get in some sort of running habit. I was, after all, getting pretty good until I had my false alarm. Well, actually I wasn't, but it was fun? Meanwhile, my comment seems to have helped Emmy come in some sort of decision. He's out of breath because Emmy took his breath away. Yeah, I have heart attacks, I have heart attacks when cute girls talk to me. That's what he could literally say. Like when after running, he was like, "I'm sorry, you're too cute." Well, that's it then. She gives me a nervous look, or a serious look. You're joining me. Just like me, for real? A girl talks to you, you have a heart attack? I beg your pardon? In the mornings, you and I are now running partners. I've got a routine all planned out, in fact. She produces a crumpled sheet of paper. I've got it right here with me. I probably have a heart attack as well. Any girl talks to me, I have a heart attack. I haven't talked to a girl in 60 years. I've got it right here with me.
I take the sheet of paper and give it a once over. Times, dates, laps, all laid out. A slow increase from just a few laps a day to, oh my god, does she expect me to have me running marathons? And where did she find the time to get this all together? So we take Michael's breath away for some shit. Guess Emmy can run through his mind now. Yes, she is always running through his mind. And how long has she been planning this anyway? You've been planning this?
A little. But it's really the nurse's idea. He told me to keep an eye on you to make sure you exercised like he told you to.
A vast conspiracy? Maybe Kenji's onto something here. This seems a bit much for just keeping an eye out. If you guys don't know, but there's this guy named Kenji, and he has a vast feminist conspiracy that women are taking over the world. You guys weren't there for that. It was pretty wacky. This seems a bit much for just keeping an eye on me.
Well, to be honest, I've been trying to find a running partner in the mornings for a while now.
My god, Kenji, if you could see the scheme unfolding, if only you could see the scheme unfolding. What do you need a partner for anyway?
It's easier to keep up a workout if you're not the only one doing it.
Isn't that obvious? That is true. That is true. If you have a partner to exercise with, it's easier. That's why when Angel was going on the keto diet, I decided to also do the keto diet. But I couldn't do it. I felt constantly hungry when I was on it. And I'm already skinny, so there's like no point. I just thought it'd be easier for Angel to do it.
Isn't that obvious? You're less likely to quit if someone else is counting on you to be there, right?
I see, and this won't only keep you running, but it'll make sure I keep running as well. Meaning that I'll be obeying the nurse.
And I'll be keeping an eye on you, just like he asked. You caught on quick, Hisao.
And if I refuse? I have no intention of refusing, of course. But I've got to at least put up a token resistance to such a masterfully executed plan.
Well, if you refuse, I'd have to pout. I would have to pout. And you'll have to live with being the guy who made Emi Ibarazaki pout. You don't want that on your conscience, do you?
As if to demonstrate, Emi begins pouting. No! No! It is the most adorable, heart-wrenching thing I've ever seen. Okay, I'll do it. Just don't do that. I feel like I just hit a pipe. I just hit a puppy.
So it's settled, right?
He might have a point. Dude, I'd live with pride if I did that.
You're going to be my running partner, follow the workout, and the dietary plan?
Dietary plan?
Yeah, the dietary plan. You've got to eat healthy if you're going to get in shape, you know.
I examined the workout routine closely. I don't see a dietary plan on here.
Oh right, I forgot to get that to you.
Wait, she has another paper. Another crumpled sheet of paper is produced and handed over. It's somewhat less detailed.
I had the nurse help me come up with it.
The amount of dedication that the nurse has to keep me in good health is pretty overwhelming. I don't know any school nurses who would get one of their students to spy on me, much less help come up with a dietary plan. Then again, I guess I'm not in a normal school, and maybe that's not such a bad thing. Then again, this dietary plan seems to cut out just about everything that'll be offered in the festival tomorrow. So when does our running start?
After the festival.
Right after? What if I had something to eat there? I could get a stomachache, you know?
I mean the day after the festival.
I knew that. Wasn't there something we were supposed to be doing?
Oh, I guess we should...
wrong voice. Oh, I guess we should get that paint for Rin, huh?
Oh no, it slipped my mind.
Same, dude. I go into somewhere and I'm all like, I don't even remember why I came in here. By the time we get the paint and get back to the mural, Rin is already wandered off. Oh well. Emmy and I both decide to part ways, leaving the paint on the ground. Rin'll find it, whenever she comes back anyway. Festival's tomorrow. I'm actually a little excited for it. At the same time, the weeks left me feeling pretty tired, so I read a little, and then go to bed. We're on the Emmy path! Tomorrow's the festival! That means big things! Festivals always mean big things, right? In anime? I hope nothing bad happens. I know, it's not like Doki Doki where something bad happens on the day of the festival. The next day I wake up after feeling a little lightheaded. It's almost noon already. I'm gonna get a drink of water since it's the next day. The next day I wake up feeling a little lightheaded. It's almost noon already. Sleeping late is fine since it's Sunday and there are no classes. Not just a Sunday though, but the festival as well. From my window I can already see some people at the soba booth slinging noodles onto plates for people with a craving for low quality food. I throw back a handful of my morning mez and ponder how to spend the day. I want festival food! I want festival food. I'm hungry. We better go to a festival. Surely nothing major would happen on a festival. Yeah, surely nothing. There will be a few exams in the coming week, but I don't consider those as ominous as others, so I'm not as worried about them as I probably should be. With no urgent obligations regarding education, I should be free to spend the day at the festival as I like. Finishing my morning routine, I exit into the hallways, intending to go out and find something to eat. Passing by his door, I decide to see what Kenji's up to today out of impulse. No! Don't go to Kenji! He's gonna be going on about the feminist conspiracy. I'm curious if he has any plans since everyone is doing something. Then again, I can picture him having built a soundproof shelter in his room. Or possibly something like a fort complete with no girls allowed sign. And with the girls crossed out with body crudely sprawled underneath it. Knocking on his door, which is luckily devoid of any kind of sign, I hear again the unsettling click of at least 10 locks being pulled back. The door opens up a crack. Who is it? You're supposed to ask that before you open the... Or, wait, what? Oh, it's you. Damn, it's early. It's not really that early. What is it, man? Nothing. Look, it's Harry Potter. Oh my god, Harry Potter. Nothing. Was just gonna ask what you're doing today. Do you think Kenji would be afraid of cooties? He probably believes cooties are real. He probably believes that they're actually real. He's like a doomer. Oh, speaking of doomers. Okay, The Last of Us TV show episode 3 had us crying. It was so sad. Angel was crying. David was crying. I was crying. We were all crying. It was so sad. We were all like, oh my god, The Last of Us TV show, so well written, it's so good. And then I was like, wait, there's still episodes coming out. They have still so much time to fuck up the series. They have so much time. It was so good. But, they made changes. There's like a character in The Last of Us that I didn't really care that much about. He like appears once, and I asked Angel, does he appear in the second game? And he said no, he never appears ever again. So like, okay. But they made changes, and I'm all like, why did you make me love this character? Why? Why'd you make me love them? Like, we couldn't handle it. We had to take a break with how sad we were and how sad it was. We had to take a break. It was so good. I would watch it again. I would watch, so far what has come out with The Last of Us 4 episodes, I would watch it all again. Nothing was just gonna ask what you're gonna do today. Half the school is out there already. Out where? Why? What? Why? What? Is today special? Why are they there? Who are? I can hear them. It's loud. Don't tell me. Has the invasion begun? He suddenly looks more alarmed. What day is it, man? I guess you can't see the big wooden booths outside and people selling stuff. Oh, he's also, like, legally blind. He can't really see. He could still see very little, but he's basically blind. What the hell are you talking about? I have my curtains closed at all times to thwart the snipers. It's the festival, you know that, right? Oh shit, that's today? Ah, damn. Damn it. I can't believe I forgot. I don't have any fort finished yet. This is bad. This is going to be a very bad day. It's good you told me this, man. This is going to be a bad day. Why? Oh man, they're going to be everywhere. The people outside my window, socializing. Kenji rubs his temples nervously, suddenly looking very ill. It's going to be loud as hell. Damn, I was going to go out today and now it's all ruined. Everything is ruined. It's awful. This sucks. What the hell happened? What the hell? This really sucks. I can't go anywhere now. There's nowhere to run. Kenji seems nervous. You could say he's majorly freaking out. Can't believe this. So, that's what today was? Damn, I couldn't even prepare for it. I could have even braced myself, and now it's here and I can't do anything. You should have told me this earlier, dude. I mean, at least I know, but I could have known earlier. I imagine what I could have accomplished. Sorry, I thought you knew. So, I guess you're not going to be doing anything today? The weather is even good. Yesterday was really windy, so I thought today would be cold. It's not, though, so there's no reason to just stay inside. Yeah, you should check the festival out. Kenji groans and covers his face with his hands. Ugh, no, I can't do it. They'll eat me alive out there, I know it. And that has to be a joke, but he said it with such a straight face and relatively straight. What are you going to do? We should hang out in here. You can help me build my fort. We might still make it if we work together. I wonder, I'm kind of hungry, but I made this deal that I try to take much better care of myself, be healthier, you know? To know if I should steer clear of the takoyaki or head straight in. Deal? Sounds ominous. So, what are you getting in return? Nothing, I guess. It's not that kind of deal. You know, Emmy from our year, she kind of agreed to watch. We kind of agreed to watch each other's backs and. What? The shrill shriek and the expression of objective terror in Kenji's face chill my blood. It's as if I told a Catholic priest I sold my soul to the devil. Her? You sold your soul to the devil and didn't get anything in return? What the hell is wrong with you, man? Do you know who you're dealing with? She is public health danger. Do you know how many people she sends to the hospital monthly with her carefully placed flying tackles? She's one of them, the key player in the vast conspiracy that aims for the complete submission of everything that is manly. I can't believe that what I'm hearing. I trusted you in your judgment, man. I thought we were brothers. And you have to call it off before it's too late. This festival too, it's just one of their ploys. His finger is scarfed. What? He fingers a scarf nervously, faster and faster, like he is trying to start a fire, then slowly begins to calm down once the panic attack finishes running its course. I'm going to have to find some place to hide in, a safe haven, and then knock the lights out of myself so that I don't have to experience this horrible day. I have the perfect thing for that. I must prepare now. Don't go to the festival. Okay. Later, dude. Goodbye, Kenji. The door slowly closes with a low creak, and I don't know how to feel about what Kenji just said. It's kind of unsettling, and now I started to feel doubtful myself. Should I bother going? I've got a book I've been meaning to read. Something about an underground postal system that may not exist. It's short too. I could have finished it in a day.
But would that be a good way to spend my time? Yeah, it definitely would be. But I suppose that it would probably be a better idea to head outside, see the festival, try to engage with all the other sideshow acts. Honestly, I should at least make an attempt to keep up the somewhat friendly personality that I've had the past week. Maybe get something to eat, my stomach suggests. It's almost lunchtime. I could at least grab something from one of the stalls outside. Let's go! We go to the festival! We didn't get the bad ending! There is a bad ending with Kenji. You can spend the day with Kenji. That's like the bad ending. Like the game punishes you for not picking a girl. Not the outside world. Oh no! Are we all Kenji? Are we all actually Kenji? We don't go outside and socialize. But yeah, the game like punishes you if you don't choose a girl. You spend the day with Kenji and you die. I'm going outside, surrounded by various students and people who may or may not be their parents. Every so often I catch a glimpse of someone who clearly just came up from town for the promise of a festival. Women cringe, bros forever. But what if I want to read inside and not socialize? I don't know. I mean, I'd at least go to the festival once. Because I'm guessing this is like a 3-day event or something. I'd go once, eat some food, and then not come back. Every so often I catch a glimpse of someone who's clearly just came from town for the promise of a festival. You get punished for not getting bitches? Damn. You die! If you get the bad ending, the bad ending, you die. I think you fall off the roof. They're easy to spot. The ones who can't stop staring and behind their eyes you can tell they're thinking, now what's wrong with this one? I almost want to yell at them. But at the same time, can I deny that I've been doing the same thing all week? A wave of something like disgust sweeps over me, guilt for my own narrow-mindedness. I mean, if I had someone to go with, then yeah, I might go, but on my own, heck no, I'm staying inside. Just like me for real, testing if I can fly yet. No, that's not what happened. He fell. I pushed the thoughts aside, concentrating on the pangs of hunger that burn my gut like wildfire. The scent of something fried leads to me to the promised land where I can get some lunch. Bro's trying his best to fly. No, he isn't. He fell off. And I bet Kenji framed it as a suicide. Hi, Shinja boy, welcome. When Pizza Tower stream? What's Pizza Tower? What? I've never heard of Pizza Tower. I kind of have a headache right now. Why am I getting a headache? But welcome. I'm just getting my order when a loud voice interrupts me. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Having brick or lunch? It's a tower? Is a game that just came out? Pizza Tower. Pizza Tower, 2013 platform game created by the indie developer Tour di Pizza for Windows. It stars Peppino Spaghetti as chef and a restaurant owner as he traverses the tower to save his restaurant. Plot. Mainly follows Peppino Spaghetti, a neurotic and overweight Italian chef climbing the titular pizza tower to stop Pizza Face from blowing up his pizzeria with a laser at the top of the tower. Gustavo, an adventurer, assists Peppino in his quest. Sounds interesting, but the thing is, I'm playing only dating sims and Pokemon this month. Only dating sims. Okay, having lunch. Breakfast? You mean you just got up? Suddenly sleeping all morning feels like a crime. No, I mean lunch, honest. She's not buying it. Brunch? That's not a healthy breakfast at all. She snatches my food out of my hand and glares at me. This game has been in the works for a long time. Well, I don't know. Maybe I'll check it out after February, because February only dating simulators. What the hell is this girl doing? Hey, that's my breakfast.
What happened to it being your lunch?
That's my whatever, it's my food. Amy places her hands on my hips and begins lecturing, hands on her hips and begins lecturing me.
Did you really forget your dietary plan already? You need to be more conscious of your health, Hisao.
Just saying, just saying. If I want to sleep in, I'll sleep in, dang it. I'll eat what I darn well please. I mean, tomorrow I'm playing Honey Pop, so I'm play whatever I want this month. I need to be, I read that.
What about your heart?
My heart's fine the way it is, mostly. All I get in response is a roll of the eyes.
I doubt that. You wouldn't be here if that was the case, would you?
The girl's spot on, of course. But I'm not about to concede it. Wait, concede yet? I don't know what he said. It's not that bad of a heart. Certainly, it can handle a little grease now and again. Yeah, sure, but it handled a little running just fine too. Emmy seems unconvinced. Not surprised, as I haven't even managed to convince myself.
Maybe, but not if you're sleeping the day away all the time.
A devious look suddenly crosses her face.
Of course, if you've been following a routine from the beginning, you wouldn't be in this situation.
Hey, I've had pretty eventful week, you know. For example, I almost died, and there was a lot of meeting people, and then I was on the roof for a while.
Which is no excuse for slacking off, you know. A little near-death experience is no excuse for skipping basic exercise.
I almost died. Oh no, you have to keep exercising, even though the exercising almost killed you.
Like running in the mornings.
She nods as if something important has just been decided.
So it's settled then. You've seen the error of your ways and are willing to adhere to my routine, right? I'll see you bright and early in the mornings. We'll be running buddies.
You know, you'd already convinced me yesterday that this was a good idea. Do you need to convince me again? Bro, just push her over, clearly. She has no legs. That'd be rude if you just pushed her. Not that I did a good job of being convinced. She's right about eating healthy after all, and here I am ordering up something grossly unhealthy, but delicious. There are more important things than deliciousness, aren't there? What's she gonna do, stand up? She has prosthetic legs. I would imagine that it's harder to get up with prosthetics. Like staying alive. If Emmy weren't here browbeating me for my poor decisions, I'd probably... Hey, wait a second. A sudden question springs to mind. Hey, why the hell have you taken such an interest in my well-being? Emmy shrugs and grins at me.
You're the new guy. I figured you don't have many friends yet, right? Besides, I've caused you trouble all week, right? I owe you for not getting angry. And I told the nurse I would anyway.
Uh-huh. Crazy little running girl wants to make me healthy. Well, I suppose there are worse fates. Okay, that sounds fine. How could she say that? I don't know. Okay, that sounds fine. Thanks for your concern. Tomorrow morning then. I figure that ends the conversation, so we turn to leave.
Not so fast.
I feel a hand on my collar, and in a second I've been yanked backwards. Hey, no need to be so rough. What do you want now? He looks almost wounded by my annoyed question.
I thought you could use the company.
Her eyes narrow.
Besides, you were just going to try sneaking some more of that fried crap, weren't you?
Well, I wasn't going to, but now that she mentions it, it would have been a really good idea. I was not. Another glare. Okay, maybe I was going to get a little. The glare continues. Okay, a lot. Jesus, I'm in danger to myself and others, aren't I? I get done agreeing with that I need it to be healthier, and then immediately start considering the next unhealthy habit that comes to my mind.
I knew it! You can't be trusted. Now I definitely have to stick with you.
This whole situation feels silly. I can only imagine that what passerby thinks of the sight of being lectured by a tiny girl half my size. She is 4'9". She's legally a dwarf. I wonder if she would be taller if she had her normal legs? Or, like, do the prosthetics take off a couple inches or something? I don't know. Look, she could just be taller. She just gets taller prosthetics. Easy. She could be way taller. Maybe I should just give up for now. Fine, do what you like. I sigh. Might as well make the best of this. What do you want to do? Yumi thinks for a minute.
Well, I promised Rin I'd stop by her mural. So let's do that.
I confess I'm slightly curious as to how her mural turned out myself, so I again consider there are worse fates. I give a nod of assent and find myself almost dragged bodily through the crowd as Imi races to our destination. Oh, look! I wonder if the mural did get finished. Does look interesting. By the time we reach the dorms, I can feel my heart pounding. My heart shouldn't be pounding after just that. I take a few deep breaths, willing myself to calm down. I'm one of the most normal-looking people in the school, but I still have to be here. Sometimes I almost wish I've lost a hand or something. At least then it'd be obvious that I belong. But instead, I don't even look sick. Even now, I'm trying to catch my breath. I just look out of shape. Emi looks back and notices my state of distress.
You're not going to die on me, are you? Please don't. It'll be my fault, and I don't want to deal with that kind of guilt. Besides, after the last time, I don't really think I need to see that again, especially because the nurse will totally say it's my fault.
Nah, I'm fine. Guess I need to start running after all.
And you wanted to keep eating your greasy whatever it was. See? It's a good thing I found you, right?
Yes, it was. Maybe. Of course, I don't add that I wouldn't be in the state if she hadn't dragged me across the festival grounds. It is her fault, clearly. Yeah, it is, because she's very fast. She likes to run. Further conversation is interrupted by the sudden appearance of Rin. Oh, it's you. Oh, it's you. Hello, Imi.
Hey, Rin, I brought Hisao along because he was going to give himself a heart attack.
I was not. My ejection goes unnoticed.
We stopped by to see how the mural turned out.
Rin nods slowly. Well, it's right there. You can see it pretty clearly. I find myself wondering how long Rin's been standing here in front of the mural. Has anyone even stopped to look at it? Oh shit, imagine she worked so hard on this mural and no one stops to look at it. That'd be heartbreaking for me. Are we the first ones? Obviously we're not the first to see it, of course. I mean, it's pretty big. You'd be hard pressed not to see it. At the same time, I don't think everyone's actually talked to Rin about it. Anyone but us, that is. I feel compelled to say something. It looks pretty good. I'm still not happy with how it turned out. Imposter syndrome. All artists have imposter syndrome. But I guess it'll do. She seems almost resigned to it. But I'm not sure... Blind people, am I a joke to you? Yeah, the blind people can't even see it. Pretty good. Man's gotta hype it up. True, he's gotta hype it up more. Because she spent, like, nights and days trying to paint that. And she doesn't even have arms. I'm not sure what she expected as a result, but I guess she didn't quite get there. Oh, we get to zoom in on it. Let's see. I think my art looks like shit. What do you mean? Every artist has imposter syndrome. We stand in front of the mural, taking it all in. I try my best to concentrate on the composition of the thing. It's actually fairly interesting. The colors swoop and blend together, dragging me along with them. There's a dreamlike quality to the whole thing that makes me almost feel sleepy.
I try hunting out some of the colors Emmy and I grabbed for her. Try as I might, I can't see any Prussian blue. Oh well. I'm sure it's in there somewhere. Women painted with their toes and everyone ignoring it. I love abstract art, by the way. I love to make abstract art a lot. I found, like, when I was at college, a lot of people are all like, I can't do abstract. Abstract's so hard. I'm like, bro, it's easy as hell. Or maybe I just have a... Here, other artists. Is abstract hard for you to do? Because for me, it's never been hard. But everyone at school, in college, they're all like, oh, abstract's so hard. I'm like, I never understood why they thought it was so hard. My feet start to hurt, but Rin doesn't seem inclined to move on. Emmy speaks up. Hey Rin, have you eaten? Of course, you can't survive otherwise. What about the past 5 hours? Maybe, but I'm hungry again, so maybe that means I'm wrong? I personally don't care for abstract. I found it hard. I prefer to have something clear to visualize. Abstract is so easy, but that it's hard to appear original. I guess that's true. I don't know, a lot of people seem to hate it, and I'm like, I love it. I love doing abstract. I've done a lot of different abstract kind of paintings, art or drawings. I don't know, they come easy to me. Maybe I'll show some. I'm not at my house anymore. I kind of brought my whole setup to my up here. So, like, my desk is here, my monitor is here. I have my whole streaming setup that I had at my house here. Where were we? My throat is dying. Emmy grins and claps her hands together. Good! Come get some food with us. Rin nods in assent. I had to do abstract at one point and I didn't like it, but it's just me. Technically, the art that you and I do is considered abstract. Yes, a lot of things are abstract. Like, I remember in my art class, we tried to explain to someone how anime is abstract, and he was all like, it's not abstract, it's not abstract. I honestly don't remember our argument as to why it's abstract and what his was that it's not abstract. I can't remember. But this is also coming from a guy. If it's not realism, it's usually abstract. This is also the guy where I literally saw him. He sat in front of me. I saw him trace an anime boy, holding a sign, and then the only thing that he changed was happy birthday on it. And then he took a picture and sent it to somewhere. That's all. I feel like he doesn't actually really draw, he just traces. Okay, but we should hurry before they notice I'm gone. Somehow I don't think they'd care. Whoever they are. As we head back to the food stalls, I cast a longing eye over the dried food. So, I'd better not. I'm pretty sure Emmy wouldn't let me anyway. I want to eat all the food. I find a nice spot on the grass and sit down to eat our purchases. Well, my purchases anyway. Somehow, I've wound up paying for all the food. Surprisingly, my unfried food is pretty good. I just want any food. I don't care if it's fried or not. I want food. I'm so hungry. I ate pizza rolls today, but I'm still hungry right now. I'm hungry. Maybe I could eat afterwards. Silence falls on as Emmy and I eat, and Rin stares at something or other, occasionally eating a bite or two of her food. I finish my meal first and lay back on the grass. Emmy glances up at her food. Tired, Hisao? A little, I guess. You're always hungry? Yes! I want boba tea. And I don't know what else I want to eat. I want to go to Wingstop. We only went there once and I didn't really like it, so I want to try something else from there.
If I try a new place and I don't like what I got, you need to try something else. That's what I'm gonna try to do. I'm gonna try something else at Wingstop and see if I like it. If I don't like that, then I probably don't like Wingstop. A little, I guess. Oh, wrong voice. Well, don't oversleep or anything tomorrow morning. What'd you think of taro? I liked it, but it was still too sweet for me. I think I just don't really... It was really sweet for me. Was taro the one that I sent you? It is purple, right? When it said taro, I was expecting brown. I was expecting it to be brown. But it wasn't. It was purple. I was like, oh, I wasn't expecting this. So then I got it. I'm like, the flavor reminded me of something, but I could not pin the flavor on something. I don't know what it tasted like. I was like, this tastes familiar. I had Angel try it. I was like, so I gave it to Angel. And I'm like, does this taste like something that's familiar to you? And he drank some of it. He was like, yes, but I can't pin it either. We both couldn't pin the flavor that we thought it tasted like, that tasted familiar. Well, don't oversleep or anything tomorrow morning. We start our morning runs, to remember? Actually, they'd slip my mind. I was actually just enjoying myself. Wandering around the festival with these two has actually been fun. Well, I'll set an alarm. Fruity Pebbles? Was it Fruity Pebbles? Holy shit, it might have been Fruity Pebbles. I'll ask Angel later. He's asleep right now. You better be there. I'll get angry if you aren't. God forbid. I don't think God comes into it. Unless there's some kind of freak accident and your alarm clock shorts out. That might be a random act of God. Well, don't cause any random acts of God then. A plan formulates itself in my mind. It's a plan that makes me feel kind of guilty, but I throw it into execution anyway. Damn it, I've earned a little fried food. And anyway, I'm going to start running tomorrow, right? So the actual routine all starts then, not now. Ergo, the dietary portion starts tomorrow too. Ergo, I can have some unhealthy today. A sort of final farewell to all the stuff I used to eat with wild abandon before the hospital. I mean, that's just kind of how it is when you go on diets. You're all like, damn it, I can't eat this food. I noticed how much Angel struggles with it when he went on keto. Because bread is like a big thing you cannot eat. Bread? He's like, damn it, I miss bread so much, just eating bread. So yeah, just not being able to eat things. When you go on a diet, you're like, oh man, you get sad because you're like, oh, I wish I could eat that. Actually, I suppose I could head back to my room. I had some homework to do, and if I'm going to run in the morning, I should make it an early night. Rather die than not eat bread. I mean, it's only until he Angel says that he wants to lose weight and then, start gaining muscle. That's what he wants to do. So I think when you start working out, I think you don't need to be on the diet as hardcore as the beginning. I don't think I could give up bread. Yeah, keto, that's the big thing. You can't eat bread. I know that. What else is there? You can't drink soda. Can't eat any, cakes. I guess there's bread in it. I'm trying to think of other things that you can't really eat on keto. It's mainly just protein you eat. I don't know. It's whatever. Oh, he can't eat condiments. Can't have any kind of condiments, I think. Ketchup. Or is ketchup okay? I think ketchup's okay. But any other, condiments are not okay. I think ketchup actually has too much sugar in it, so you can't have it. I don't know. Something. I don't know it as much as Angel. Angel knows it way more than I do. I had some homework to do, and if I'm oh god, my throat. If I'm going to run in the morning, I should make it an early night. Those narrowed eyes again. You sure you're not going to sneak off and buy some of that fried stuff over there? Nah, I'm too full to bother now. I've had my stomach for emphasis. Besides, you two have cleaned me out anyway. Immy giggles. It's a surprisingly pleasant sound. Another pang of guilt. She's got to know that I'm lying to her, doesn't she? Or is she just that trusting? I kind of feel like a monster. I'm part of my master
all part of my master plan, Hisao. Well, I guess I'll see you tomorrow morning then. Take the gluten out of the motherfucking bread. Oh, there is keto bread. Angel has it sometimes. Because if he really wants bread, he'll just buy keto bread. Thanks for the food and for keeping us company. And there I thought she was doing me a favor. Rin nods in agreement. I won't say I'll see you tomorrow because that would be like predicting the future, and I'm pretty sure I can't do that. Okay. Bye, you two. I feel oddly glad that I decided to leave my room today. Not a bad way to start my second week here, I suppose. Once I'm sure I'm out of Emmy's line of sight, I make a beeline for the food stands and buy some cake. At least it's not fried, right? It's slightly better than what I was planning to do. I still feel a little bad about lying to Emmy though. She really does seem concerned about my health. I'll make it up to her somehow. Better head back to my room. Hey, I do have work to do. I mean, I feel like a lot of people are worried about your health because your heart. You could just have a heart attack at any moment. My book waits for me, and I plop on my bed and read through the fireworks display. Deep fry the cake? That's all he needs to do, just deep fry it. Eventually, all the walking around, or more accurately running around, catches up with me. I really am out of shape. Emmy dragging me out in the morning to run might just be a good thing after all. It's something to look forward to. Oh, it's the Emmy cutscene! Let's go! Okay, I think I said this yesterday, but these are made by Mike and Elle. Do you know who Mike and Elle is? They're the ones who made, like, what's it called? If The Amazing World of Gumball was an anime, they also did If Zootopia was an anime. They're the ones who made these cutscenes. Yeah, Mike and Elle, they didn't make the game, but they made these cutscenes, yes. There's cutscenes for every girl too, so it's pretty cool. She got an apple! Why that angle? Why that angle? Can we move on from this? My alarm's beeping shatters the early morning quiet, and I find myself wondering where to find the motivation to rise. I could take him? What? What do you mean take him? Class is still quite far off, but I agreed to run with Emmy in the mornings. Really, I'm not that interested in running as a hobby or even as a possible life lengthening exercise. Hi, Chance. Welcome. Welcome. Why is my thing delayed? There we go. Now it's caught up. Really, I'm not that interested in running as a hobby or even as a possible life-lengthening exercise. However, I feel obligated to follow through on my promise to Emmy yesterday, which is why I find myself throwing on some running shorts and a light t-shirt. The cool morning air caresses my face as the morning sunshine causes the dew on the grass to sparkle, nearly blinding me at first. As I make my way down to the track, an ugly thought strikes me. What if this is some sort of joke that Emmy's playing on me? Would that surprise me, really? Hell, I'd probably do it to the new guy, too. At the very least, I'm sure Emmy and Rin made a bet on whether or not I'd actually show up. I feel a sense of trepidation as the track comes into view. You're late! It would seem that Emmy is... Oh, wait, why am I doing her voice? It would seem that Emmy is already there. What a relief. Not according to my watch, we're both here early, in fact. Damn, you got me there. Emmy is sitting on the bleachers, decked out in her running gear, waiting somewhat patiently for me. I'm glad you're actually here. I was afraid this was a joke or something. Nah, I never make someone get up early for nothing. Plus, Rin owes me 500 yen now. She didn't think you'd actually show up. I knew it. Nice to know Imi was on my side at least. Imi hops off the bleachers and begins stretching out. She's remarkably lithe? What is this word? Lithe? Almost like a dancer. I set out to stretch as well, but then realized that I don't actually remember how to stretch properly. It's been ages since I stretched for anything, if you don't count my one stint at the running last week. And even then, I don't think I actually stretched beforehand. Lithe? Oh, lithe. That's weird. Weird word. The specter of my long hospital stay rises up again. I can't say I was that active before the hospital stay though, so maybe I'm just being morose? Imi giggles as she watches me stretch out. No, Hisao, you've got to hold it for longer than that. I'm trying, it kinda hurts a little. Haha, that's because you're out of shape. You've got to get some flexibility in you, like this. To demonstrate, Imi reaches down and puts her head through her legs? God bless you, Imi. I see. Is that the sort of thing I should strive for? Of course, flexibility is important for any runner. You'll be able to go faster the more you stretch out. That makes no sense to me, but Imi seems to believe it's true. With Imi's help, I managed to stretch myself out properly. I can't help but notice that she thinks about how to explain things to me. Her mouth scrunches up in concentration. It's adorable. Not bad, Hisao. Come on, we better start running. We'll start off with just a mile, okay? That's 4 laps around the track, got it? That sounds fine to me. This shouldn't be too hard, right? Running 4 laps, the mile run? That's hard. I don't know. I used to be able to do the mile run pretty well in high school, but now I'd probably do very, very bad. Probably take me like 30 minutes. But I have another notification on Discord. What does this mean? Oh, it's nothing. I'm gonna look anyways. Okay. I didn't care. You walked the mile run. I dread the mile run. Or you dreaded the mile run. I liked running in high school. Now, I don't think I'd be able to run. A hazy memory of running a mile for gym class surfaces in my mind. Yeah, it wasn't that bad. Amy sets a pretty good pace and I fall behind her. Try to keep up, okay? Try to keep up, okay, Hisao? Roger. We round the first curve without incident, though I can already feel my heart rate increasing slightly. By the second curve, I've started to breathe through my mouth. Amy doesn't even seem to be breaking a sweat. As if to punctuate her superiority, she turns around and starts running backwards. Are you doing okay, Hisao? Never better. Oh, really? Maybe I should speed up then, Oh, no, wouldn't want you to overexert yourself. My heavy panting and wheezing makes the statement less convincing than I had hoped. Imi simply smiles and turns around again. Bro, about to die again. He really is. You're the boss, Hisao. We'll stay at this pace. I get the feeling that I'm being mocked. If I weren't in such terrible shape, I'd probably feel offended. By the third lap, my breath is coming in ragged rasps. I'm also awash in my own sweat. Gross. We round the curve to start our 4th lap, and Imi looks back at me with a grin. Here we go! She takes off at blinding speed while I stubbornly stick to my slower pace. By the time I get to the first turn, she's already rounding the second. As I struggle across the back stretch, Imi continues running and catches up to me. Come on, Hisao, you can do it! I'd answer her, but I'm too focused on getting air into my lungs and ignoring the burning in my leg muscles. Part of me wants to say something like, maybe you can, but I'm about to die here. But again, I doubt I can actually form words right now.
Emi keeps pacing with me as I round the second turn and cross the finish line. Her sprint seems to have gotten her sweating. This actually caused her shirt to turn slightly translucent. It seems she wears a black sports bra. Hey, don't look. Hi, Captain Price II. Hello. How am I doing today? I'm doing alright. My throat's still dying. I'm guessing it's still allergies, but welcome. How are you doing today? She doesn't have to use any muscles, SMH my head. She still has leg muscles. She still has leg from the knee. She just doesn't. She has prosthetics from the knee down, I think. So she still has legs. I feel a vague stab of guilt for being the sort of guy who stares at a girl's chest, but my legs and chest are burning so badly I can't bring myself to care that much. Not bad for a first effort, Hisao. Kind of you to say so. She doesn't have calf foot muscles. What the fuck would they put that detail in it? Therefore less energy. SMH, Michael. She still has to work a lot. Do you have any Hispanic friends? I'm half Hispanic. But yes, I'm pretty sure Tony is Hispanic and Scarlett is also Hispanic. Tony's half Hispanic like me. And I'm pretty sure Scarlett is fully Hispanic as far as I know. Because both your parents speak Spanish. So yeah, I'm half. I just look like my dad. My dad's a gringo, so... yeah, I'm half white, half Hispanic. Or I would say Mexican. I don't know how to... What's the difference between Mexican and Hispanic, or are they the same? I don't want to misinterpret this. I'll look it up. The difference... Oh my god, I can't spell. Difference between Hispanic and Mexican. What's the difference? Hispanic refers to people who speak Spanish and are descendant from Spanish-speaking populations, while Latino refers to people who are from a descendant from people from Latin America. That doesn't explain it to me. I don't know. I don't know the difference. More or less the same, depends on the context. I'm half Mexican. I'm also half Hispanic. Kind of you to say so. Amy seems to be, if not out of breath, at least breathing a little more heavily than she was before she started running. It must have been the sprint that did it. Hey, I've got to get a few sprints in. You should walk around the track to cool down. I wouldn't say I'm half Cuban, for example. Yeah. Both my grandparents were from Mexico. They were born there. And then they came to America somehow. I don't know how. I wish I would have asked them when they were alive how they came to America. Did I read this? Then we can stretch out and we'll be all done, okay? Sounds great. My legs are on fire and my breathing is still heavy, but surprisingly my heart seems to be taking the strain well. I'm half white, half white. Thanks, Michael. Another triumph of medical science, I suppose. Otherwise known as paper. Michael's paper, everyone. You should put your hands behind your head. It makes it easier to catch your breath. I didn't know that. Put your hands behind your head? That helps you catch breath? I didn't know that was a thing. Surprisingly, she's right. I begin to stroll around the track, happy to feel my breath coming back to me. What? Emmy jump scare. There's a blur as Emmy sprints by me. Watching her run is absolutely fascinating. It's not just because she's on prosthetics, though that is interesting. The really interesting thing is the way her face changes. I can only catch glimpses of it as she runs by, but her eyes seem to come alive with a sort of fierce joy. Open your lungs? It opens your lungs? Oh, my mom's so white, she's basically see-through. that passed on to me. Yeah, I'm translucent. I don't go outside. It's as if there's nothing else in the world but her and the track. By the time I've gotten to the final stretch, Imi seems to have finished her sprint. She's breathing heavy now, but she's wearing a satisfied grin on her face. She waves to me cheerily as I near her. Feeling better, right? Actually, yeah. Did you want to take another lap around with me? I've got to cool down too, you know? Part of me would rather sit down and not move, but something tells me that would be a bad idea. False Tony, I could see you. I'm in your walls after all. Besides, if I sit down, there may be no getting back up again. Sure, why not? Emi's got her hands behind her head now as well, which makes her seem very relaxed. The positioning of her arms also pulls her shirt upwards ever so slightly so I can see a small strip of her belly. Why are you looking? I do my best to act the gentleman and not look, but the contrast of her skin against her red running shorts is rather arresting. So how do you feel, Hisao? Surprisingly good, actually. I'm sore and tired, but surprisingly good. As soon as I say it, I realize that it's true. Sure, part of me wants to lay down and die, but I feel like I've accomplished something. It's almost like a glow throughout my body that persists despite the soreness. Yeah, that's the runner's high. Runner's high? Yeah, it is something to do with adrenaline. I think Imi thinks for a moment as we walk, trying to remember. No, the drywall tastes good. Michael likes drywall. Confirmed. Then she shrugs and grins at me. I don't actually remember. It's a good feeling though, isn't it? Better than sex, right? Wait, what? 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 I opened my mouth to respond shortly before processing what she just said. Amy watches my face for a few moments before bursting into laughter. Sorry, I couldn't resist. You're just too easy. Hi, JV. Better than that? Why? I don't know. That's why we're all like, huh? Why did I agree to run with you again? But yeah, hi again, JV. Welcome. The audacity of this bitch. Push her over. Amy just laughs harder. She takes a hold of my forearm and tilts it, allowing her to get a better view of my watch. Her face changes the moment she sees the time. Oh no, I'd better get a move on, Hisao. Class is in an hour and I need to shower. I should probably do that as well. Is it better than sex though? I don't know. I don't remember the runner's high. Maybe I do, but I don't know. I think sex is overrated. But either way, I haven't run since high school. I need to see the nurse. I need to see the nurse too. Maybe he'll write me a note for being late. Why do you need to see the nurse? Amy points to her prosthetics as if it would explain everything. It's just adrenaline. Shit's addicting. I'm saying that it is. Less gross too. Oh, maybe I read it wrong. Oh, I did read it wrong. Sorry. I'm not good at reading. Reading's hard. It's important to check for irritations. You know, from sweat and friction or anything. Normally, why do you get sweaty either way? I don't care for sex, so I probably prefer running, surprisingly. Yeah, I don't know. Sex is overrated. Running, I used to like running. I don't remember it all that well though. Normally I go after practice, but if we're going to be doing these morning runs, then I guess I'll see him twice a day. Wait, so Omi has only started doing these runs since I showed up? If it's more convenient for you to run with me at a later time. No, don't be silly. I've been meaning to start running in the morning for a while now. But if I didn't have a partner to run with, I'd be less likely to keep up a routine. It's always harder to blow off a commitment if you're going to let someone else down, you know? So you'll be my running partner for the mornings. Bro, if you get sweaty, I'd be concerned. What? We both need the exercise, so it all works out, don't you think? Yeah, perfect. Did it have to be me though? Well, I guess I can't complain too much. Imi's pretty fun to hang out with. And she's right, I do need the exercise, doctor's orders even. Imi waves a quick goodbye to me. Right, I'm off. Come have lunch with us, okay? What? Lunch, you know, the meal in the middle of the day. Come have it with us. Where? The rooftop. Rin likes it up there. Well, when? Lunchtime. When else? That was a silly question. I'm wondering, I don't think Rin really is nervous, but I feel like it'd be nerve-wracking to walk upstairs if you have no arms. Because you can't hold the handrails, and if you trip, you just eat shit. So I'm wondering if like she needs help walking upstairs so that she doesn't fall in case. I don't know. Lunchtime. When else? That was a silly question. Yeah, but I sort of felt the need to ask all three for completeness sake. Hi, Sin for days. Or, yeah, hi, Sin. Just don't trip, idiot. True, just don't trip. Imi laughs and grins. I don't think I've ever seen a girl smile so much before. Gotta give her a hand. My nose itches. I'm having allergies. Not bad, Hisao. See ya. With that, she takes off like a shot from a school building. God, my nose is itching right now. I guess she's going to see the nurse first. I hurry back to my room and hop in the shower, only to find that the water takes a while to heat up. I might sneeze. Oh my god, my nose is getting runny. What happened to my nose all of a sudden? Allergies, man. The shock of the cold water nearly kills me. I managed to warm the water a bit and spend some quality time feeling my muscles loosen. My heart surprisingly feels the least bothered by the run. I suppose it's a good thing, even if it does make me feel a bit of a wuss. Been having allergies right now. What have you done? Oh shit. Our allergies are like linked or something. I mean, at least I'd have an excuse beyond I am out of shape if my heart were bothering me. Guess I'll have to keep this running thing up, otherwise I'm sure Imi won't let me hear the end of it. It's only after I get out and dry myself off that I realize that I've only 10 minutes left to put my clothes on and get to class. Crap. Okay, good thing Kenji didn't show up. The hands on the clock finally set me free from the tandem of yet another fun-filled class. Getting up from my seat proves to be more of a problem than I anticipated. My legs are killing me from the morning's run. Maybe doing these with Imi isn't such a hot idea after all. Still, the run's given me a hell of an appetite. I'm halfway down the hallway to the cafeteria when I realize that I've got my lunch with me. My parents saw fit to provide me with some prepackaged stuff that when I moved in, and a good thing too. The hallway is packed with students headed for the cafeteria. Going back is like swimming upstream. I've got an appointment to keep on the rooftop. It takes me a moment to find the staircase leading up to the rooftop, but I'm willing to bet that Imi and Rin aren't up there by now anyway. In fact, I saw Imi among the bodies in the hallway headed for the cafeteria. I step out of the door to the roof and take a deep breath. The fresh air blowing against my face and body almost makes my legs hurt less. Maybe if I'm upside down. Part of me wants to be surprised that Rin's already up here. What's that going to accomplish? I just realized. Oh wait, so I watched Demon Slayer, but ago, and I was like, why does the child sound like a grown-ass man? Are you watching it dubbed or subbed? Because I feel like the sub is a lot better than the dub. But what was I gonna say? I was gonna say, it probably makes sense that Rin's up here already. Because I think it makes more sense that Rin's already up here because she has no hands. She can't carry her lunch. Emmy has to get her lunch. So yeah, what did you expect, Hisao? She can't carry her lunch. I need to go ahead and watch more Demon Slayer. I need to watch season 2 of Demon Slayer. I haven't watched it. I heard that they're already coming out with the season 3, and I haven't even seen season 2 yet. So yeah, we gotta watch season 2. What's that going to accomplish? Things in the clouds. Couldn't you just look at them right side up? Rin rolls her eyes and something approaching exasperation. I convinced our dad to watch Demon Slayer. He likes it. He's a weeb now. Cool. Then I wouldn't get a new perspective. Is upside down really a new perspective? Aha! I caught her off guard. Rin looks pensive. You may have a point. Maybe sideways. As Rin lays down on the bench to look at the sky, I give up. Fortunately, Rin chooses that moment to burst through the door carrying 2 bags. She nearly takes the door off the hinges. Sorry it took me so long. There was a ton of people in line. She drops the first bag in front of Rin and takes a seat on the bench next to her. You buy Rin's lunch for her? Sometimes, yeah. I'd have Rin buy my lunch for me in return, but I'm not sure how she'd carry it. Yeah, that's what I was saying. She can't carry it. Plus, I'd never buy her lunch. If Ren's offended by Emmy's comment, she doesn't show it. Emmy sniffs. How does she wipe with no arms? I told you. Or no, I didn't tell you. I mean, I was saying that Emmy has to help her with everything. That's why they made them friends. Emmy changes her shirts. She says that she can do pants. She says that she has trouble with shirts. Emmy helps her. And like the school literally paired them up because if together they have all their limbs. She has Emmy's arms and she has her legs. They make 2 people. They make 2 combined. I can't speak. Combined, they're a whole person. How ungrateful of you. If not, I'm not sure whether the 2 are joking with one another, or if I'm witnessing the beginnings of a cat fight. The 2 girls stare at one another for a few tense moments before breaking into smiles. Hey, Emmy, do you think being upside down is a new perspective on things? Didn't I already have this conversation? Emmy looks thoughtful, apparently giving the question some thought. After a deep and profound pause, she speaks. I have no idea. Well, at least she was lost as I am. I think it's a new perspective, if you look at something upside down. Hey, Sal, you're coming to the track meet, right? The question comes out of the blue and catches me off guard. I don't know yet? Honestly, Hisao, after I went through all the trouble of letting you run with me in the morning, you won't even show up to my track meet? Wasn't she the one that asked me to run with her? Actually, she didn't even give me a choice in the matter. Wait, no, I didn't say that. She beams at me as if I'd just agreed to give her $1 million. So you will come after all, that's great. I didn't say that either. At the track meet, we meet her mom. We get to meet Miss Iburazaki. I'll be going too, so I'll make sure he comes, Emmy. Good idea, Ren. Maybe we can get some food or something after the meeting's over. I feel like I've just been conned, but not by these 2. More like by some outside force pushing me irrevocably towards my destiny. Or maybe I should read books that feature conspiracy theories so heavily. Otherwise I might wound up sounding like Kenji. Still, I suppose that I've got to show up now. I don't think that I could stand against the both of them being disappointed. I'd never hear the end of it. When is it again? Next week, silly. I have told you
a few days. I just told you a few days ago. No, you didn't. Yeah, she didn't tell me. You didn't tell me anything. I forgot. Well, you won't forget to come, though, will you? Of course I won't. I'll even make a note on the calendar or something. Ren nods sagely. Sagely? No, sagely. That's probably a good idea, you know, unless time changes its course. It can do that? It can do that? Rin gives a non-committable shrug. It hasn't yet, but you never know. I'm surprised my sister's not saying this looks like me. This time, it's Emmy who gives a shrug. I suppose it can't be helped if it happens. Not unless you're a time traveler or something. You don't actually think that could happen, do you? I don't think we do we? Rin shrugs again. This seems to be her default response to everything. You're just saying that because I said it. That doesn't count. But you have your arms. It's you, but I don't have arms. Rin shrugs again. This seems to be her default response to everything. I suppose not, but I reserve the right to change my opinion at a moment's notice. For Rin, the statement makes a disturbingly amount of sense. The fact that I realize this now frightens me a little bit. I wonder if Emmy gets this feeling all the time. If she does, she's not showing it, though Emmy merely nods. Pink hair? What? This isn't even pink. As expected. What's that supposed to mean? This time, it's Emmy who shrugs. It's like she's using Rin's own weapons against her. Your response is the sort of thing I expected from you, that's all. Am I really that predictable? Emmy's smile seems to border on gloating. Nah, it's just that your unpredictability is pretty predictable. Well, that's all right then. I don't get the chance to see whether Rin's being serious or not as the bell rings. It's like a reddish brown for me. I think they describe her in her character profile, her hair being auburn, which is a reddish brown, I think. I didn't notice the lunch period slipping by at all. It's a light brown with a reddish hue. Artist, am I right? Hanging out with these two was far too interesting. Emmy jumps up. A look of panic on her face. Oh no, I needed to stop by my room to pick up my notebook for the next class. Don't you wish you had a time machine now? Rin seems rather smug as she delivers this line, like she just won an argument. Emmy ignores Rin's comment. Sorry, Hisao, but could you make sure our garbage gets thrown away? I usually clean it up myself, but I've got to run. Sure, no problem. Emmy darts away with an urgency I'm starting to expect from her. I don't bother asking Rin why she couldn't help. She already seems to be preoccupied with something else entirely as she wanders off. She's probably used to Emmy taking care of cleanup, and for some reason I doubt Emmy's ever raised the issue with her. Cleanup from lunch doesn't take long, so I have plenty of time to toss our garbage and get to the class. I mean, they probably don't ask because she has no arms. Misha greets me with a wave and a devious grin as I walk through the door. Didn't you see in the cafeteria, Hee-chan? Yeah, I decided it was too crowded there. Misha's grin gets even wider. Oh, really? Are you sure you weren't participating in an illicit rendezvous? Rendezvous? Is it rendezvous? How does her hair do that? It's curly. What are you talking about? You were on the roof, right? With both Ren and Emmy, no less, you Casanova, you. We just had lunch, that's all.
Misha bursts into laughter, drawing the attention of several of my classmates.
Wahaha, you're so adorable when you blush like that, Hee-chan.
She gives me an inconspiratorial wink.
Don't worry, your secret's safe with me.
Rendezvous. Rendezvous is spelled so weird. It looks like rendezvous or whatever. There's no secret.
Oh?
Misha seems disappointed and then brightens up again.
Time will tell.
And I don't know what the hell she's talking about, but blessedly our teacher comes in and the class starts. Another day of class has finally dragged itself to a close. Unexpectedly, I managed to stay awake for the whole day. I'm pretty sure that counts as a miracle. My legs seem unwilling to stand up for a moment. I guess the run took a lot out of me. I head down the hallway and make my way to my room. I sit down and half-heartedly chip away at my homework for a while, feeling like a vulture picking at a particularly unsavory cat carcass. It's known this is what it eats, but it's not sure that it should be ordering takeout instead. Hiccup. I don't think I can take this, but it's important to get my work done. Now let's see, what was I supposed to be looking over again? I know it's a losing battle, but I fight it away. Halfway through my math homework, I put my pencil down. This isn't working. I need a distraction. Unfortunately, my options for distractions are rather slim. I'm not in the mood to read right now. Kenji is unusually out of his room at the moment. If I go to the student council, I'll just end up doing work for those two, and heaven knows where everyone else is except for, well, I suppose that's an option. I grab my shoes and head for the track. Imi's probably down there. Oh, we're gonna go to Imi! Let's go! Track practice is just ending as I arrive at the track. Okay. Why does the bed look real? All the backgrounds look real and they're all painted, I think. I'm gonna, make a save state. Okay. I'm gonna end the game here. I'm gonna go back to the main menu. Oh, we have 2 things here now. Okay, I'm gonna end the stream. Yeah, they seem almost like photos. They're very realistic. Okay, I'm gonna go. Thank you guys for staying tuned for Katawa Shoujo. Tomorrow will be Hunting Pop. We will be going into something a lot less wholesome tomorrow. Be 18+ stream only. Okay, bye everyone. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Eat some good food. Bye everyone. Bye bye.